Welcome to the November 17th, 2020 school board meeting. This meeting is now in session and is being conducted by electronic communications using Microsoft Teams due to the COVID-19 pandemic emergency. We will now recite the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We are now at the citizen comment portion of the agenda. The school board welcomes public comment from community members. Due to the pandemic, we have adjusted our speaker process for regular board meetings. Currently, we only allow call-in speakers who have signed up in advance and have limited the time for speakers to no more than 1 hour at each meeting. Directions for signing up are posted on our website, and the speaker request form is activated on Friday afternoon of the week prior to the board meeting. The speaker slip closes at 4 p.m. 2 days prior to the board meeting or when all slots are full. We understand that it can be difficult for some individuals to sign up before the speaker slots are filled, and we're working to revise the sign-up process to broaden access and hope to have the new process in place for our December meetings. We will share any changes to the speaker process with the community through our regular communications channels. We are now ready for our speakers. We have 30 speakers who signed up for tonight, so I will review our approved speaker guidelines. During virtual meetings, we will hear all public comments at the beginning of the meeting. The day of the meeting, speakers who signed up should call 10 minutes prior to the meeting start. Speakers will be announced in the order their call is received. Before you speak, please turn down the sound on all electronic devices. Please do not use a speakerphone, as that can distort the sound and make your comments difficult to understand. Each speaker may speak for up to 2 minutes, and a timer will help keep track of your time. The timer begins when you start speaking. Please conclude your remarks when the buzzer sounds. The operator will disconnect your call after 2 minutes. The school board does not respond to public comments during the meeting. If follow-up is required due to the nature of the comments, the superintendent will work with the school board clerk to follow up with speakers accordingly after the meeting. Please email any written comments to school.board@apsva.us. Please be sure to state your name and the topic you will speak about when you begin. Ms. Mercado, will you please call the first speaker?
The first speaker is Reginald Goki.
Hi, my name is Reg Gakey, and I want to discuss the return to school. First, I want to thank Dr. Duran for reconsidering the decision to cancel winter sports at the request of board member Talento. I would ask that you now apply that same thoughtfulness to the return to school decision. As I noted 2 weeks ago, despite rising COVID rates in Europe, the leaders in those countries have uniformly insisted that schools remain open because children's education is the highest priority, and studies overwhelmingly show that remote learning impairs our children's mental health and mental development. In Virginia, VDOE reports that almost 100 of Virginia's 132 school districts, more than 70% of the districts, have returned multiple grades of students to in-person learning. This includes Virginia's largest districts, such as Prince William, Loudoun, Chesterfield, Chesapeake, and Stafford. It also includes 15 of the 19 districts in Northern Virginia, including Fauquier, Culpeper, Frederick, and Falls Church. Arlington is the outlier. Many of these districts are larger than Arlington. Most have COVID rates on par with Arlington, and all face the same operational hurdles and parent-teacher preferences as Arlington. Our local circumstances are not different from other jurisdictions. It is a simple question of political will and leadership. If Virginia's largest districts and our neighboring districts can return their students to school, why can't APS? You may hear, perhaps even tonight, of the risks COVID poses to teachers and students, but what is the evidence? National estimates show that less than 0.2% of school staff and students have contracted COVID. Virginia's outbreak data shows an even smaller rate of in-school infections. As Governor Cuomo said just yesterday, quote, schools are actually the safe place. If you want to protect our children and teachers, open the schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Mercado, next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Allison.
I believe that was Allison Babb.
Good evening. My name is Allison Babb, and I'll be speaking on return to school. Normally, I direct my remarks to the board, our elected officials who are supposed to represent us and those without a voice, the children. But because you all continue to ignore Virginia Code Section 22 that the board is required to determine the methods of teaching to be employed in the schools, I will instead direct my remarks to Dr. Duran. Dr. Duran, the ACLU came out yesterday condemning keeping children out of school, saying 8 months later, we can see that remote learning has been an abject failure for many of the students and families who rely on public education most. Governor Cuomo also said yesterday, if the school has a much lower positivity rate than the surrounding area, then the school is not part of the problem. And you could argue keeping the children in the school is part of the solution, rather than children spending time in the neighborhood where the infection rate is higher. Schools, based on all the research we have now, would probably have a less than 0.2% infection rate across the entire district. That translates into less than 2 out of 1,000. Are we seriously keeping almost 100% of children out of school for an infection rate of less than 0.2%? Dr. Duran, we know this isn't theoretical anymore, that schools consistently have lower positivity rates and spread than the outside community. We also know that millions of students are back in school with their teachers all over the country, and we know that schools are not super spreaders. We also know the harms this is doing to children. We know that our children's hospital and local pediatricians are seeing a huge rise in mental illness in children and self-harm, and we know that depression in all student age groups, and we know suicide rates are up. Finally, it appears based on the slides today that a large percentage of students are failing to meet standards. More evidence that virtual school is neither robust nor appropriate. Children are consistently paying the highest price in this emergency. Mr. Duran, I urge you to prioritize your students' needs while making sure your staff has what they need to help reduce risk. Please communicate your plans more clearly to your staff so they understand everything you've done and you plan to do. Also, as a note, students are asked to keep their cameras on by their teachers. Maybe you all could do the same.
Sorry,
for
your time has
Thank you.
expired, but I appreciate you calling in. Ms. Mercado, can you announce the next speaker, please?
Yes, the next speaker is Christine Bolon.
Hi, my name is Christine Boland, and I teach at Yorktown High School. We talk about children's mental health in this pandemic. I'd like to take the time to talk about teachers' mental health. When you're a new teacher, veteran teachers give you support. Don't reinvent the wheel, we'll say, telling you not to reinvent best practices already established. This year, with few veteran virtual resources to advise on best practices, we all reinvented the wheel to some extent. We've been seeing Nearpod, Flipgrid, iMovie, and YouTube Wizard overnight. We found our footing engaging students authentically in this new context, talking to just their initiatives. We network every day with teachers around the world pulling this off. We figured it out. We're professionals after all, and this is our field. But we have never worked harder or longer hours. Teachers have got enough cortisol in our bloodstream to shoot a rocket to the moon right now. We've been on the edge of our seats since this summer, fearful for the next announcement from EPS that could dramatically change our lives with little notice and make us decide to quit or risk our lives. This is the bottom of Maslow's hierarchy of needs stuff. We don't need mindfulness emails from EAP. We need real structural support. We need clarity. We just need to know that we'll be kept safe and kept virtual. We have 212.6 new cases per 100,000 residents of Arlington in the past 14 days. That's one person out of every 470. Some members of our community have lashed out online and in this forum at teachers. Do your job or we'll find someone who will, they say. Fire these lazy teachers. Comments like these dehumanize the above and beyond labor of a group of caring professionals with advanced degrees and expertise who just use their last molecule of serotonin, helping your child succeed. I asked our community, our school board, and our superintendent to recognize that teachers can't take much more. Keep us virtual. Remove this looming threat of return. Think of our mental health, not just how many of us will die in a statistical model of return. We learn to swim by being dropped in the deep ocean, and miraculously, some of us are still above water. Throw us a life raft already. Thank you.
Thank you for calling in. Next speaker.
Mike Flood.
I believe that was Mike Flood.
Thank you. Superintendent Duran, Arlington School Board members, and school board staff, on behalf of Planning Units 14070, 14080, and the 250 families in our greater neighborhood, we thank you again for reassigning our units to read in lieu of glebe in the superintendent's recommended boundary changes. The recommendation represents a thoughtful change that addresses reactions from the community, allow our children to continue to attend their neighborhood schools of Reed and Swanson, provides flexibility for larger school boundary changes in the coming years, and meet the school board's stated principles. We agree with the school board that any boundary changes should minimize disruptions to students, balance countywide enrollment, maximize proximity to neighborhood schools, and provide stability to our children. We also appreciate that you are considering grandfathering for fifth grade children. This will allow any planning units at McKinley who will not be transferring to Reed to continue to stay with our community. No matter the school, our children will receive a great education in Arlington County. The recommendation allows our children to remain full participants in our tight-knit community. We look forward to working with you through the remainder of this process. Thank you, and have a great Thanksgiving.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
The next speaker is Renee Guttel.
Hello, my name is Renee Guttel, and I am speaking about return to school. My fifth grader goes to Arlington, and let me first be clear that his teachers have done an amazing job this year. I've spoken previously about the need to prioritize in-person learning for the most vulnerable students. Some of this has begun with the return for level 1. However, it's a far cry from what's possible. But I'm not here to talk about that tonight. I'm here to address two related issues. First, please work with the community. What's being asked of APS in terms of attempting to educate children during a pandemic is unthinkable. I don't envy your task, but you are not alone. The residents of Arlington County are an untapped resource, some of the most well-educated citizens in America. As a community, we represent the nation's epidemiologists, infectious disease experts, pediatricians, mental health specialists, engineers, lawyers, and on and on. The people who fought Ebola on behalf of the U.S. government live here. Leadership with the Department of Defense live here. Your team need not work in a vacuum. Let us partner with you. And if there are financial resources you need to safely reopen, I bet members of the community would help too. Second, I am deeply concerned that at these virtual school board meetings, you are not allotting enough time for members of the community to participate. There are citizens unable to speak tonight because of limited speaker time. In the years I have followed school board issues, I do not recall the school board ever limiting public comment like this. Holding the meeting virtually is no excuse. You are our elected leaders and have a duty to hear from the public. I may not agree with what every public speaker has to say on this topic, but I will fight for their right to say it. Please end the speaker limit and listen to your community. Thank you.
Thank you for calling in. Next speaker, please.
The next speaker is Shayla Kelly.
Good evening. My name is Sheila Kelly, and I'm an APS parent, and I'm talking about return to school. First, I want to share the continued good news. This week's data from Brown University's school dashboard shows that of schools with hybrid in-person learning representing 3 million students, there is a 0.14% infection rate for kids and a 0.2% infection rate for staff. Many of these districts have community positivity rates of over double that of Arlington. I also want to share the discouraging news released by the CDC yesterday, showing a 24% and 31% increase, respectively, in mental health-related hospital visits for kids aged 5 to 11 and 12 to 17 during April through October 2020 compared to 2019. For an RN in a Montgomery County ER, the most frequent mental health patient admissions are now teens, with our facility seeing daily admissions of between 4 and 17. She stated these admissions are mainly caused by the isolation of online education. According to physicians locally, here in Nova, there has been a huge increase in ER visits for anxiety and depression, with the majority of kids being in school remotely. Notably, 2 physicians surveyed work in areas where schools are open. They are not seeing any ER increases for psych. For a psychiatry attending physician at Children's Hospital, they have seen a surge in cases of self-harm, self-mutilation, depression, and anxiety. The physician also said that they are seeing more cases of child abuse that present to the ER later in the process and are therefore more serious. Multiple psychiatrists at Children's emphasize that children need to be in school 5 days per week, especially with special education children. So I again ask the superintendent and school board, what are APS's metrics for educational, social, emotional, and abuse risks to students? Why are these risks of less concern than the negligible health risks at this time in a controlled classroom environment? The data shows open schools are not COVID super spreader events. APS listens only to fear and not data. For that, I fault the so-called leadership of our schools. You listen only to the loudest voices in the room, the most irrational and fearful voices. I am asking desperately for you to step up. We need leadership. You represent our students, and you are failing them. Please show the leadership we desperately need and open our schools.
Thank you. Your time is up. Ms. Mercado, next speaker, please.
Next speaker, Dina Caputo.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Ms. Caputo. Go ahead.
Sorry about that. I heard a buzz. Hi, this is Deanna Caputo. Starting 2 weeks ago, and I'm speaking on opening schools. Starting 2 weeks ago, my smart, good-natured, motivated, and happy fourth grader son cries every day and refuses to do assignments, including art. The school board and superintendent have now abandoned our children in the smallest self-governed U.S. county in the country. We cannot let this new normal proceed. It is a fiction. It's about reduced risk, not no risk. VA Law Section 22.1-79 defines the school board powers and duties to include the method of teaching. It does not give the superintendent the power to make all operational decisions. It's time for you to choose our children, to stand up for them, and provide them with a quality education. Each day, studies emerge showing over and over that schools are not super spreaders. This month, Brown University's Dean of School Public Health gave an interview in Education Week and notes the mental health effects on children and the widening of the achievement gap. There's no excuse for Dr. Duran's constant moving of the goalposts. Pushing kindergarten start to January, maybe, is abandonment. Dr. Duran should stick to the plan submitted to VDOE states that schools should phase into hybrids in September, October. According to our COVID data on what would have been the first day of school, there were 266 COVID cases. The day you pause the phasing again, there were 4 in Northern Virginia. Choose children and facts, not fear. We stand ready to help. Our children cannot be allowed to fall behind others around the country. Why aren't my kids getting grades? Is APS afraid of what they will show? If APS is really teaching new content and virtual learning is so great, then why aren't my elementary kids getting grades? Get our kids back into the classroom. Kids need in-person learning. Enough teacher union catastrophizing. If I have to go to work, so can they, or hire healthy teachers, please. It's time to step up or be removed from officer jobs. That's what would happen to me if I abandoned the vulnerable people that I'm hired to protect as a psychologist. Thank you.
Thank you for calling in. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker, Ivy O'Connor.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Ms. O'Connor.
Hello? Hello, I am a ninth grader at Yorktown High School, although it does not feel like that. Even though cases are on the rise, the school board seems to have the priorities mixed up. Please explain to me why places such as malls, restaurants, museums, gyms, etc. are open, but APS schools are not. There are many schools in the region and throughout the world are open despite the pandemic. Although teachers and students are doing the best they can with this situation, it does not at all compare to in-person learning. Do you have any idea how negatively this is impacting our learning, social development, physical, mental health, and emotional well-being? I can tell you that students are increasingly suffering the ramifications of virtual learning. You giving us false hope that those who chose hybrid can be back to school. Many students, including myself, feel that our struggles are invisible to APS. The time for action has long since passed. Please stop letting us down. Thank you for listening.
And thank you for calling in. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker, Courtney Fox.
Tonight I'm speaking for Lee Harper Chen, an APS alumna, the mother of 2 McKinley students, and a proud ICU nurse. Lee says, I have a mug that reads, I am a mom and a nurse. Nothing scares me, but that is no longer true. COVID scares me. My ICU was turned into a COVID unit last spring. What I have witnessed has changed me forever. I have seen COVID patients suffocate or bleed to death, have devastating strokes, and lose limbs from clots. Just before we placed a breathing tube in the patient's windpipe, he begged me not to let him die. Those were his last words ever. I got COVID in the break room at work. Even though we were sitting more than 6 feet apart, a fellow nurse infected 6 of us in one shift when we took down our masks to sip coffee. I was sick enough that it hurt to breathe and my skin turned blue. It took over 3 weeks of complete isolation, 22 days of not getting to see or touch my little boys before I got better. I am one of the lucky ones. COVID is unpredictable. Some people are asymptomatic, others have mild cases. Some, including children, become long haulers with debilitating symptoms, and others die alone with me. We now know that people can get COVID more than once, and the second time is often worse. We still don't fully understand how COVID affects children. APS in-person schooling is not the way to find out more. Community spread is school spread. School spread is community spread. APS cannot reopen buildings without robust ventilation upgrades, plans for outdoor lunch, appropriate PPE for staff, adequate testing and contact tracing. Dr. Duran, as someone on the front lines of fighting COVID, I implore you to continue to prioritize the health and safety of our community. Thank you.
Thank you for calling in. Next speaker, please.
Melissa Dadio.
Hi, my name is Melissa Dadio, speaking on Return to School. I have a fifth grade daughter at Discovery, and we continue to be amazed by all of her teachers. Their creativity, dedication, and grit are a true testament to how valuable they are, both for our daughter and all of her classmates. There continues to be so much distraction by the possibility of opening schools for hybrid. Priority needs to be placed on a true investment in distance learning and with an actual plan from APS. This includes supporting our teachers with fidelity and listening to their feedback as they continue to navigate teaching our students in a way none of us could have imagined. This also includes the dedication to improving the technology. Our ITC is amazing, but this is a countywide problem. MS Teams has continued to get worse. Our daughter talks daily about the challenges her and her teachers have to navigate because updates are being pushed out midday, features being changed without notice, and apps won't load. Finally, an ongoing materials distribution system would drastically improve distance learning for our youngest learners. There are APS teachers distributing homemade recommects, photocopies, and more. These heroes are carrying the burden, doing what is necessary to ensure their students learn, often driving around town to make no-contact deliveries. Some have the support of their school, others are working independently. It's time to support this at the district level instead of relying on patchwork solutions that only reach the students fortunate enough to be in their class. We need to stop pretending and realize where we actually are. Regardless of a family's choice, the fact is cases are going up dramatically. The vast majority of our students will remain virtual for a while. Even when it is safe for hybrid to start, those students will continue to remain virtual 3 days a week, including 1 day of asynchronous. We cannot wait for in-person teaching to reach all students. We must prioritize improving style. Distance learning is not just replicating the in-person school day via MS Teams. We need to invest in distance learning and give it a chance to succeed for the equity of all students within APS. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Elizabeth Galotto.
This is Elizabeth Galato speaking on the Return to School. I'm here to report that the school board has consistently violated Virginia law since APS began the lockout of our children from schools and a demand that it stop immediately. The school board unlawfully held a closed-door meeting about shutting down our schools in mid-March under the false pretense of following the Virginia Code. By holding a secret meeting, the board violated the Virginia Freedom of Information Act, which requires all meetings of a public body to be open unless the subject matter falls into a narrow accepted category, which they did not meet. The next day, the interim superintendent closed the school. Since that date, the school board has spinelessly refused to vote on the continued deprivation of our children's right to a high-quality education as required by Article 8 of the Virginia Constitution. Virginia Code Section 22-795 states, the powers and duties of the school board include deciding, quote, the methods of teaching to be employed by the school in the school, end quote. The school board continues to ridiculously claim that they have no obligation to vote on our closed schools and distance learning because it's an operational matter under the purview of the superintendent. But this is a fraud. Week after week, the superintendent has told parents and children that they would be back in school learning in person, a tried and true method of teaching used in Arlington for generations. Yet, month after month, our children are spending their entire school days locked in their homes staring at screens, a method of teaching never employed in the history of Arlington. This is a fundamental and monumental change in the way students are taught. Yet our elected officials on the school board have taken no votes on this and instead sit idly by, acquiescing to whatever Dr. Duran serves up. This is not leadership by the board. This is incompetence. I demand that the board fulfill its statutory duty and vote on whether Arlington should continue to keep its children locked up in their homes or we open the schools and return our children back to their community of learning and living. Stop hiding behind the superintendent and do what you are elected to do. Open up these meetings to in-person and face the public. You either need to step up or step down, because now is the time for real leadership. Thank you.
Thank you for calling in. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Lisa Troiano.
Good evening, Dr. Duran and members of the board. My name is Lisa Troiano, and I am a special education teacher at the secondary level, and I am also a parent of an APS middle schooler. I am here to let you know that I firmly believe we must think outside the box and work together to get our kids back to in-person learning this school year. My colleagues and I are all working hard to adapt to virtual learning, and we are doing our very best to reach our students. However, we are not reaching all the kids. We are reaching the kids that thrive in the classroom regardless. The hard-to-reach kids are even harder to reach now. We have students that don't show up, that don't complete work, that don't even respond to the numerous attempts made by teachers, counselors, and administrators. These kids are falling further behind their peers academically and emotionally. They are struggling to manage Canvas and Google and the myriad of apps and programs being used. Navigating the different Canvas pages and simply finding and submitting assignments differs from one class to the next. For a kid without executive functioning challenges, this is a nightmare. So think about the one with executive functioning weaknesses. Teachers are trying to make this work, but there's no way a teacher can replicate a classroom from home. There's no replacement for in-person instruction. Response time is one of the biggest challenges for students. When a student needs help with anything, response time is critical to get a simple answer to the student in need. You need to be aware that there is a large group of teachers that want to get back to school and are willing and ready. The risks of returning are no greater than those assumed by others who interact with the public on a daily basis. There are reasonable precautions that we, like all others, can take and still do our job effectively. I will be able to see when a student is struggling and help them much more efficiently than I can do from sitting at home behind my computer. My students and all students in APS deserve this. I have teacher friends across the country whose kids have been back in the classroom and they are thriving. We cannot leave our kids behind. They deserve so much more than what we are giving them right now. Our students are all essential to me, which makes me essential, and their future depends on it. Thank you.
Thank you for calling in. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker, Marianne Gray.
Dear APS School Board and Dr. Duran, my name is Marianne Gray, and I'm speaking about the return to school. I am an APS parent with a first grader at Claremont Immersion School. As a family, we have been supportive of APS from the beginning of the pandemic. However, as virtual learning has continued to drag on, we are now forced to ask how and why are APS teachers and students uniquely unable to adapt, utilize risk mitigation strategies, and return to the classroom when public schools around the country and private schools locally have managed to do so. My husband and I were both raised by public school employees and have the utmost of respect for the public education system. However, our son has been in group care throughout the summer and digital day camp since June. There have been no outbreaks of COVID during his 5 months' worth of care. This does not mean he is unusually protected or invincible, but rather demonstrates that with appropriate precautions in place, risk can be dramatically reduced. We are watching our child continue to deteriorate educationally and socially as he fails to receive engaging in-person instruction in the classroom and instead attempts to conquer a developmentally inappropriate feat for a 6-year-old, staring at a screen for hours a day, 5 days a week. APS students are approaching a year of being outside of the classroom. I do not know how to make up for these educational losses. Every child is falling further and further behind their peers who have been in classrooms across America during this time. APS missed the first window of opportunity to bring students back into the classroom this fall, and we are now in dire straits with the virus transmission rates. APS must not make the same mistakes again this spring and summer. In addition to bringing students back into the classroom in January, I also implore APS to strenuously explore how to offer summer school this coming year for families who are interested. The timing will be right with the viral load, and APS students desperately need the opportunity to catch up on all that they have lost since last March. Lastly, we know that our circumstances want a privilege and that these challenges we face do not even begin to scratch the surface of what students and families from different socioeconomic statuses are facing. Our family asks APS to prioritize the return of children to the classroom. Our children have sacrificed so much and paid an insurmountable price. Please stop demanding this of them. Thank you.
Thank you for calling in. Next speaker, please.
Tricia Madden.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. You may go ahead.
Okay. Yes, hi. My name is Trish Madden, and I have 4 students in APS at 2 different schools, and I'm here to speak on return to school. I'm a former teacher and a current APS substitute, and since the beginning, I've said that I will substitute in person. And the substitutes have not been, to my knowledge, resurveyed since June or July this summer to see what the substitute load would be for in-person schooling. I think they should be resurveyed. When I was a full-time teacher, my principal was Dr. Peter Noonan, who's now the superintendent of Falls Church City Schools. He is a wonderful, intelligent leader, and I encourage you to speak to him and be able to copy what Falls Church City is doing to let their children go back in person. I'm willing to go back in person, as are many teachers and substitutes that I know. I also think that some teachers that I've talked to personally that did not want to go back currently are much more willing to go back in January because it's not around the holiday travel time. So I encourage you to talk again to the teachers' unions or to the teachers and see if you have a good plan in place starting at the beginning of January if you get the children back. Our kids in my house are in a best-case scenario, I think, for distance learning. Their teachers are knocking it out of the park. My first grader is learning to read. My fourth grader is relatively engaged. My middle schoolers aren't so happy, but they're learning some things. And I'm a former teacher, and I stay at home with them. Even in this scenario, distance learning is not sustainable. They cannot do this for the entire year, especially the middle schoolers and high schoolers. You need to figure out a plan to get them back and sooner than your current plan at the end of January, I believe is what the slide said. This is just, it's not sustainable for them for social, emotional, academic. They're just not thriving at all. And I encourage you to come up with a plan and look at best practices across the
Thank you so much. I'm sorry your time has expired. I appreciate you calling in. Next speaker.
Brandon Brennan.
Hello, good evening. My name is Brendan Brannon, and I have 3 points to make about the return to school plan. First, school closures this fall and distance learning overall have been an unfathomable crisis, and we as a community have had it wrong the whole time. Schools should be the last to close and the first to reopen. The risk of transmission in school is very low, especially in elementary schools, and can be managed, but the significant harms of being out of school can't be managed. Virtual learning just doesn't work for most kids, many of whom are suffering academically, socially, physically, and emotionally. We should not for 1 minute think that virtual learning is an acceptable substitute for being in school when the harm and learning loss the kids are suffering will have lasting damage. This has not been okay. Second, the board should be deeply involved in the decisions of how and when to reopen and not avoid responsibility by simply labeling this policy decision as within the operational discretion of the superintendent. Please follow the data and the science that tells you reopening schools can be done safely, and listen to the public health experts, including Dr. Fauci earlier today on CNN, who tell you to lean into this and be bolder than you've been. These public health experts are talking about communities like us here in Arlington, a community that has had low numbers overall and the ability to implement mitigation, yet we haven't reopened. Our kids can't afford for you to continue to get this wrong. When we get to January, the question of when to reopen schools, including as soon as possible thereafter accelerating the adoption of a 3-foot distancing rule, will be the most critical policy questions you as board members will ever face. Other school boards throughout Virginia are making these decisions, and you should be too. Third, COVID numbers are rising. We all see that. But we cannot repeat the failures of the summer and fall again and not plan for the predictable. The numbers will likely be higher in January than they were this fall when we didn't reopen. But maintaining the current approach with impossible standards and outdated thinking aren't going to get the schools open. We have to project further ahead and properly balance and account for the risks and harms of keeping schools closed well beyond January, which is the current trajectory we're on.
Thank you very much. I'm so sorry your time has expired, but you can send your comments to school.board@apsva.us. Ms. Mercado, next speaker, please.
Dan Simpson.
My name is Dan Simpson. I'm discussing the return to school plan. I have an 8th and 6th grader at Swanson. I appreciate the move to CDC health indicators to help guide our decision making. However, I feel the current back-to-school metrics are missing key information. How does educational attainment compare to last year? How many students have had to use external educational providers for support? How many students have experienced behavioral issues such as depression? How many students have dropped out? And what level of transmission risk are we willing to accept in light of these other risks? Any well-thought-out plan needs to consider both the benefits and costs of our available decisions, because while learning on an iPad works well for a lot of students, and our teachers are doing a fabulous job trying to make it work, it is equally catastrophic for others. These are tough decisions which demand firm and reasoned leadership. I understand the concern over the spike in COVID-19 cases. However, more and more health and education experts are encouraging us to return to the classroom anyway because, one, widespread transmission risk appears to be fairly low, and two, the alternative is worse. Look at Europe, which truly values education, where schools have remained open despite a similar surge in cases. Look at New York State, where Governor Cuomo, citing the relatively low infection rate in schools, has urged schools to consider staying open as cases rise. I ask you, please reach out to school districts that have returned to the classroom. Maybe we can learn some best practices that will allow us to move expeditiously to level 2 and 3 here and subsequently address the biggest equity issue facing APS at the present time.
Thank you for calling in. Next speaker, please.
Paul Brickley. The next speaker was Paul Brickley.
Hi, Paul Brickley, speaking on return to school, 2 kids at Yorktown. COVID's impacts are no longer speculative. We know how it transmits, to whom it transmits, and how it is transmitted. Science and data show that schools are not super spreaders. Of 140,000 students and staff tested in New York City last week, 308 were positive, or 0.23%. Put differently, in Texas, of 2.1 million students tested, 98.9% were negative for COVID, and of 800,000 staff, 98.2% were negative. This is in part why 70% of Virginia schools are in-person or hybrid right now, except here. But 249 days after the governor closed the state, APS still needs a plan to return to school. There's a list of needs and wants disguised as metrics, but no plan, despite an 11-person APS planning staff with 2 executives and over $1 million in taxpayer-paid annual salary and benefits. Over 42 Catholic schools right here have been in-person and hybrid now for 2 months while at full capacity, without an APS budget of over $19,000 per student, without unscientific wants and needs for capital infrastructure, HVAC, and filtration improvements that few school districts successful with in-person so far have. Why aren't we talking to them? I volunteered to help plan multiple times. So have others. The offer still stands. My wish is that someone stand tall and implement the learning that we have the staff and resources to do. Stop using red herrings, confusion, and a cacophony of unfounded and dramatic fear as a barrier. Please, stand up and lead. The kids' present and future, what's left of it, is at stake and entirely in your hands. Thank you.
Thank you for calling in. Next speaker, please.
Julie Hanning.
Good evening. My name is Julie Hannick, and my topic is return to school. I'm a parent of 2 APS elementary students. I'm imploring Dr. Duran and the school board to use the next 6 weeks to determine a viable in-person reopening plan. Please do what you should have been doing since March 14, 2020. You've said you want to open the school buildings, particularly to the youngest learners, but nothing that I have seen has shown that this is a real commitment. In particular, this plan should include a response to the many teachers who have consistently said they would return to teaching in person if APS could address 3 things: rapid testing, proper ventilation, and safe lunch arrangements. I don't think this is much to ask, but Dr. Duran and the school board have continued to pass the buck on committing to the teachers and families on these items. Maybe the work has been done, but if it has, why won't Dr. Duran answer the question, and why won't the school board push for an answer? I wish I did not have to say this, but shame on you. And I guess shame on me for believing you. Additionally, I just want to say to Dr. Duran, APS staff, and the schools, please let the parents and families help you. We stand ready and able. Can we build outdoor shelters, buy tents, provide HEPA filters, seriously, what can we do? I do want to say thank you to my children's teachers and their school. Thank you for everything you have been doing. We are very lucky to be in a school with a principal who has been incredibly balanced and forthright with information and plans as she knows them. My kids have great teachers and staff at their school. I know it must be incredibly disheartening for them to see plans change with no notice or input. I know it pains them that they cannot provide some of the things my children and other students need. Again, shame on Dr. Duran and this school board for letting this happen. Thank you.
Thank you for calling in. Next speaker, please.
Josh Paul.
Good evening. My name is Josh Fold, speaking on instruction as an APS parent, teacher, and AEA's compensation chair. Though the virus is testing our resolve, I believe we will come out stronger together. There was a before time, and there will be an after. As the parent of a 7th grader at TJ, I know my son's teachers are trying hard to make this work. As a student who loves learning but hated school, he's actually having the best year of his life. For the sake of those who have died in this pandemic, we should learn from this moment. One lesson that I hope that for some, online learning is actually better and should to some degree be carried into the after times. As a high school teacher myself and my wife who teaches kindergarten, we are leaning into this imperfect situation to figure out innovative ways of delivering instruction. My students are forgiving when I make mistakes, and not a day goes by that my wife doesn't tell me about the learning gains and relationships her Ks are making. As a wise person told me, for the littlest among us, they know no different. Parents, knowing that it takes a village to raise a child, thank you for allowing us teachers into your homes. Some of what you see isn't perfect or even beautiful, but it wasn't always beautiful in school either. Right now, you're getting to see the sausage being made. Some say virtual instruction is causing irreparable harm. I politely disagree. We can point fingers and post vitriol, but as cases climb, we must accept that here we are. Caught between before and waiting on after. For the sake of those who have died, let's make the best of it. Darius Rucker sings, "It won't be like this for long." Until the after times, let us support each other at a distance. Thank you.
Thank you for calling in. Next speaker, please.
Katie Sunderland.
Hi, thank you. I'm reading a statement on behalf of Dr. Emily Lozano, a pediatrician. Dr. Duran, I am the mother of 3 APS students. One is in the gifted program, one requires special education for dyslexia, and one is in 2nd grade. I have been active in their schools and an advocate for inclusive education. I am usually a quiet person who is willing to give APS the benefit of the doubt. As of today, I am done. I never in a million years expected my gifted 5th grader, my motivated, happy, kind 5th grader, to be left behind. She is so angry and sad. She is refusing to do her work. She is lashing out at home. She is deteriorating by the day. I am writing this after scouring the neighborhood in search of my daughter. We are a family with resources, and still she is being left behind. My family is struggling. She needs to be in school. She needs to see other humans. She needs to work collaboratively. I will not send any additional evidence that schools can open. You have it, and you know it's true. Pediatricians, my colleagues across this country, are sending their kids to in-person school. I am not asking anyone to do anything I would not do myself. I am a frontline worker. The transmission rate is exceedingly low within schools. You know this. Sir, you have failed. You have failed our vulnerable. I am ashamed that with all the resources this county has at its disposal, that we are not doing better. I am left picking up the pieces of my formerly happy child. If I am doing this, I know others are too. Honor your words, sir. Serve the students you are hired to educate. Follow the science. Be better. Be the solution. Do not continue to add to the exponential growth of the pediatric mental health crisis. Get the kids back to school. Respectfully, Emily Lozano, MD.
Thank you very much for calling in. Next speaker, please.
Ingrid Gant.
Good evening. My name is Ingrid Gant. I'm the current president of the finest association we have in the state of Virginia, the Arlington Education Association. To Chair O'Grady, to the members of the school board, and to Dr. Duran, I greet you this evening to say thank you. While I don't agree with everything that we do, I don't agree with everything that we say, the fact of the matter is you're paving the way. I love my community. I'm an Arlington resident, have been here most of my life. To stand with our educators across the state of Virginia who are larger than we are, they have greater numbers than we do, and to hear people come against us and call us shameful. I've heard people say it's shameful for what you're doing. The fact of the matter is you are standing tall. You continue to thrive. And while I disagree with students and staffing and buildings, even at a level 1, I understand as a special educator the need to have our most vulnerable students in there. But we can't stop. Our PPE equipment is not adequate enough. Our HVAC ventilation system doesn't turn over quick enough. We don't have the options, the things that we need to keep our teachers and our students safe, even eating lunch. We need consistency. We need a plan. We need protocol when those who don't do what we're asking them to do not have all consequences, but something that happens if and when. Dr. Duran, I need you to look into the screen. I can see you. I want you to remember, we don't always agree with everyone. You and I don't always agree. But I applaud you for taking a stand to honor your educators, honor our community, and ultimately you're doing right by our students. I've had 6 funerals as a pastor in the last 2 weeks. This thing is real. We're losing lives. Continue to be well. Continue to be safe. Thank you.
Thank you for calling in. Next speaker, please.
Parker Williams.
Hello, my name is Parker Williams, and I'm in 5th grade. My topic is distance learning for special education students. I have been an APS student since kindergarten. I have friends who have moved to other counties and states so they can go in person and see their friends while wearing masks and being safe. I realize that across all populations, many people are suffering. From a kid's perspective, we are powerless to do anything. We cannot see our friends, go to birthday parties, or any of our regular activities. Adults have outlets and ways to connect with people that we as kids do not. Our parents are at the breaking point with all of their work struggles, kids at home during virtual school, and everyone sharing and fighting over the internet bandwidth. I want to talk to you tonight about my little sister. She was born with Down syndrome and requires a lot of assistance. She can be annoying, like all little sisters, but I love her and am very sad to see how virtual school is failing for her. She was a successful APS preschooler and then began kindergarten at a new school and suddenly was expected to watch and interact with strangers on an iPad for 5.5 hours per day. All day long while I'm trying to do my own work, she's running around the house refusing to interact with her own iPad. For her, it seems to be stuck on a bad YouTube channel. It is impossible for me to concentrate on my own work. APS needs to bring back the students who require extensive support for in-person teaching. My sister needs to be with actual trained educators and therapists so she can get the best foundation. She has had romper rooms since March. Many other schools are already doing this safely, so why not APS? Thank you.
Thank you very much for calling in. Next speaker, please.
Alice Hogan.
Hi, my name is Alice Hogans, and I'm speaking on the return to school. This is my first time speaking at a school board meeting. I have a 7th and a 9th grader, and my kids have adapted to distance learning. They don't prefer it, but they are learning, and I thank the teachers at Swanson Middle School and Washington Liberty High School for their hard work. However, even though my kids are fine, I'm extremely concerned about other secondary students in APS, many of whom I hear are not doing well. Many don't have an available parent. Many aren't able to stay engaged for different reasons, and some families are beginning to feel desperate. The COVID virus is not going away soon, and with risk mitigation, I am supportive of schools opening in the hybrid model in January. However, with hybrid or distance, I have a few suggestions that I think could make this phase of learning better, and I'll start with the easiest. First, For middle and high school students, APS should start fresh with free Mondays. No office hours, no homeroom. Teachers already carve out time during asynchronous time if students need to discuss issues. A fully flexible day is needed to maintain and restore mental health of both students and teachers. Second, report card grades should close 7 days before the end of the quarter, and the last week should be a week when only grades can improve through a combination of extra credit work and test retakes. During a pandemic, families don't need the surprise of low grades with no time left to improve. Now the harder ideas. APS needs to start planning for a different kind of summer school now. I would suggest 2 different summer school options, one traditional for remedial learning, but also a shorter option for reinforcement in core classes for those passing but behind due to losing the last quarter of the last school year and the domino effect from this year. Lastly, and my kids will object to this, don't ask for a waiver from the state to skip the SOLs. APS has been such a well-respected school system, and the only way to maintain this reputation is to identify learning gaps and even failures as a result of this pandemic, especially comparable to other school districts. Accountability needs to be public and transparent, and only the SOLs can do that. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight.
Thank you for calling in to speak. Next speaker, please.
Ian Blumenfeld.
Hi, my name is Ian Blumenfeld. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me? Hi, my name is Ian Blumenfeld. I'm the father of a McKinley first grader. I've spoken in a meeting once already, but in that short time since then, the situation in the world has changed dramatically. I'm speaking tonight because I feel that APS is putting up an illusion. Opening schools beyond the levels we already have is simply not going to happen. Nearly every single epidemiologist, virologist, and public health researcher in the country predicted a horrific spike in COVID cases and deaths. They were right, and it's just beginning. But can we open schools in the middle of this tsunami of illness? No. The Princeton study has been quite convincing in that it is possible for schools to be open safely if local metrics are good. Schools, however, become a vector for family outbreaks if the community spread is unchecked. Currently, Arlington's cases per 100,000 stand at 19.9. Our overall test positivity is 6.8%, and those numbers have been increasing for weeks. They will only get worse as cold weather descends and holiday travel begins. A gathering of 15 Arlingtonians has a 1 in 9 chance of having a COVID case present. It's going to get a lot worse. Hospitals will be rationing care. Lots of Virginians are going to die before the vaccine cavalry arrives in the spring. Just call it. Give us clarity. Spend the money and energy that would have gone to making classrooms work for hybrid and developing a great virtual learning experience. Invest that money in your teachers so they know the most cutting-edge research on how to educate kids virtually. Invest in better apps, better computing infrastructure. Realize that just trying to make virtual learning look like a classroom probably isn't the answer. If we aren't always hoping and wishing for an in-person school day that won't ever happen, we can make the whole thing better for everyone. Our kids should be getting the best education possible, giving the reality of the world that we actually live in. Focus on that, not some fantasy. This investment could pay off in the future for kids for whom in-person attendance is difficult due to disabilities. It could help during major weather events. It won't be wasted effort. What will be wasted effort is all the work pretending we're going to open schools when the numbers aren't going to allow it. Thank you.
Thank you for calling in. Ms. Mercado, next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Lisa Movic.
Yes, my name is Lisa, and I have a child in 9th grade. I do recognize this is a very difficult time for everyone, but many schools are open since September. I would like to know why we are ignoring science and data. Dr. Fauci and the CDC on the hunt on closing, and so I'm definitely for reopening the schools. And our students are doing poorly academically, emotionally, and socially. I would like to know, why are you not asking our children how they are doing? Why are you not sitting and watching one day of their virtual school and to see from their perspective? Many families offered that to you so you can see how developmentally that is inappropriate. Another thing that I want to point out, and what I have been listening to, is board meetings. I can see our board our school board being involved and actually representing our voices. Their voices for the schools to be reopened, and their voices for the school to stay online. Who wants to stay online, it should be available to stay online. Who wants to go to school should be available to go to school. In this situation, we are turned actually against each other. We should not be turned against our teachers, and teachers should not be turned against us, especially lack of the leadership of Arlington. And I do ask you to do your job, and actually you can do. Many parents offer help in these situations, so you can reopen our schools and get our children out of depression, out of anxiety, isolation, many eating disorders, problems, extreme frustration, lack of motivation, attempting suicide, and uncertainty about their future. I do not approve that Dr. Duran will make decisions on his own, and I do not see again our school board.
Thank you very much for calling in. I'm sorry we're out of time. And that was our last speaker. We want to thank everyone for taking the time to call in and share their thoughts about a variety of topics. We do appreciate it. Tonight, we have 2 recognitions. First, Ms. Talento will recognize our educational support professionals. Ms. Talento.
Thank you, Chair O'Grady. And we're going to do it from here, not from the podium. Is that correct? Okay. So on November 18th is National Education Support Professionals Day. And as we approach the Thanksgiving holiday, I am pleased to have the opportunity tonight to thank a special group of individuals. As I stated, tomorrow is National Education Support Professionals Day, and I'm joined by my board colleagues as we express our sincere gratitude and thanks to all of the educational support professionals throughout APS. Our public schools succeed through the combined efforts of many dedicated people who fill numerous important roles. Since 1987, National Education Support Professionals Day has been celebrated to recognize many of these staff members who are vital to the success of our schools and students, who are truly unsung heroes. When you hear the phrase educational professionals, most people will think of teachers. However, in addition to teachers, educational support professionals include custodians, bus drivers, cafeteria workers, paraprofessionals, school secretaries, security guards, playground safety supervisors, building maintenance people, school nurses, and computer tech support. These workers are partners in public education every day. And during these especially challenging times, they have stepped up to continue to provide essential support to our students, families, and teaching staff. And many of them are in our schools today, serving our students today in person. Education support professionals make up approximately a third of our staff. They work long hours and are focused on ensuring student safety and supporting learning throughout our schools. Many education support professionals live in our community, and they bring a wealth of knowledge about the community to their jobs. Many of them are APS parents. Their efforts keep our schools running efficiently and effectively. In closing, we share our great respect and deep thanks for all APS educational support professionals. Thank you for your hard work, your long hours, your dedication. You are the ones who make sure that our students are healthy, safe, and supported throughout the school day. We celebrate and honor you for your contributions that help make great public education possible and are regularly our unsung heroes. Please know today and every day you are making a difference and someone is singing your praise. Thank you for your work, commitment, and dedication.
Thank you very much, Ms. Talento. We all recognize and appreciate the many educational support professionals throughout APS who help our students in so many ways. Thank you all so much for all of your hard work, especially during these times. Our second recognition is for Ms. Cynthia Johnson. Dr. Duran.
Thank you, Chair O'Grady. This evening, it's an honor for all of us here to recognize a member of the Arlington Public Schools Executive Leadership Team and a member of the Arlington Public Schools family, Ms. Cynthia Johnson, who's an Assistant Superintendent of Administrative Services. Ms. Johnson is retiring on December 31st after 35 years of dedicated service to APS and more than 40 years of experience as an educator, and a champion of, as she says, students, students, students. Her mantra, and that has been her mantra for many years, and it certainly was one when she served as interim superintendent during the last school year. And students have been the focus of her career and the passion throughout all of her tenure here in APS and prior years before coming to APS. I'd personally like to thank Cynthia, Ms. Johnson, for assisting me in my transition in June of this year as I came aboard as the new superintendent. Her commitment to helping support me transition is just another testament of the kind of individual she is, an incredible leader who will be greatly missed and whose positive impact on our school division will continue for years to come. I know that I can speak on behalf of the leadership team when I say that we're grateful for her leadership and her commitment to the success of APS. Cynthia has always maintained her focus on the heart of APS, which is students and their success. She set a wonderful example for other leaders and staff within APS to aspire to be who she has been for the last 40 years of her career. She's consistently worked to ensure that all employees in APS are recognized, are honored, and are celebrated, and that they have a path forward to achieve their own success. Well, Cynthia, you've achieved your success, and we are now so happy and sad, but happy for you to honor you for the success that you have created for yourself and for so many others. And I know that you'll have a lot more work to contribute moving forward, so while you won't be officially a part of APS, you still will always be a part of APS, and we welcome and look forward to that ongoing partnership, but I know your family is also looking forward to have you back in their life a little bit more. And I'd like now to pause and show a short video tribute to Cynthia.
I was recently asked to come up with 3 words that are important to the work that we do here in APS. And after some thought, there was one word that really stood out. But I'll say it 3 times. Students, students, students. This is a book that was around when I was a little girl. That means you're taking the time to look and to think about it and to see and to value it. That's a fabulous thing. Please keep looking for those things in your life. Quote that I have appreciated over the years. It doesn't matter where you go in life, it's who is beside you that matters. APS is an outstanding school community, and we have been successful because we all stand side by side.
Cynthia, keep marching on. Thank you for all that you've done. And I'd now like to turn it back to you, Ms. Chair O'Grady, and our school board members to continue our recognition. Ms. Johnson, if you can come up to the podium. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Duran. Appreciate that. And I have a few words to say about Ms. Johnson. Ms. Johnson has forever left her mark on APS, making our school division better for her strong leadership, as well as her kindness, positivity, compassion, and commitment to fostering student success, to supporting our staff and administrators at every school, and to motivating all of those around her to be their best and to succeed. Throughout her nearly 35-year tenure, she has made innumerable contributions to our schools, the community, and public education. And as we heard in the video and saw in her beaming smile, what really drove her passion was students, students, students. I know I speak for the entire school board when I say that we will miss her leadership, her optimism and kindness, and her wise counsel. She's a trusted advisor who cares deeply about the APS mission and values and has served the school board and those who preceded us with heart and integrity. I'd like to take a moment to review a few of Ms. Johnson's many outstanding career accomplishments. Cynthia earned her Bachelor of Arts degree in Early Childhood Education in Spanish from Rutgers University and has a master's degree in linguistics. She later earned her educational leadership licensure from George Mason University. Before coming to Arlington, she taught in 4 different states. Cynthia has served in various positions in APS nearly 35 years, from teacher to administrator to executive leadership team member to interim superintendent. Cynthia started her APS career as a 4th grade teacher at Patrick Henry Elementary in 1986. She then began working at Thomas Jefferson as a 6th grade teacher, where the concept of middle school was first being developed, and the county was transitioning away from the junior high school model. While at Thomas Jefferson, she was the Teacher of the Year in 1992. Cynthia was a classroom teacher for nearly 20 years before beginning her administrative career as an assistant principal at Randolph Elementary. She later returned to Patrick Henry Elementary as the school's principal. While at Patrick Henry, she was awarded Principal of the Year in 1999. In 2002, she opened Claremont Elementary, the second Spanish immersion elementary school in APS. Cynthia was appointed as the Assistant Superintendent of Administrative Services in 2012. In this role, she collaborated with school principals and staff across APS to enhance operations, strengthen schools, and promote student success and achievement. Throughout her illustrious career, she has won multiple prestigious awards. What Cynthia finds rewarding about working in education is seeing students mature and develop their social interactions and how they become more independent in terms of their confidence in what they do. While serving as the Assistant Superintendent of Administrative Services, she strengthened the Aspiring Leaders Program for school administrators, which is a succession planning series of professional learning opportunities to help promote and strengthen leadership within APS. She also started the Latino Aspiring Leaders to identify future Latino leaders in the school division and provide them with professional development opportunities to support their career advancement. As Assistant Superintendent of Administrative Services, she focused on decreasing the suspension rate of African American males and implemented alternatives to suspension to positively affect how students in the school division were disciplined and to divert students from becoming a part of the school-to-prison pipeline. And most recently, Cynthia served as Interim Superintendent of APS from September the 1st, 2019 to June the 1st, 2020. Cynthia was the first Afro-Latina woman and fluent Spanish speaker to serve as the leader of our school division. She led our school division with compassion, kindness, and an unwavering focus on students, students, students. During her tenure as interim superintendent, one of her primary goals was to ensure all students had at least one trusted adult they could talk to and who could support their success. As she would visit schools, she would often ask students, who was their trusted adult? Because she believed one individual at a school can be impactful on a student in a way that is life-changing. Cynthia helped APS navigate a time of unprecedented uncertainty and crisis in early 2020 when the COVID-19 pandemic resulted in school closures. Under Cynthia's leadership, APS began to transform the way we operate to serve our students safely from a distance. We are forever grateful to Cynthia for her time and for her many contributions she has made to APS. Although we say a heartfelt goodbye to her in a couple of days, we know she will be happy to have more time to spend with her family. We wish you the best of luck in your next chapter, but know that, as with all retirees, you can and probably will come back in some capacity. So with that, we are honored to present you with a proclamation noting a few of your many outstanding accomplishments. And we will do that in just a second. But first, I want to turn to my colleagues, if I may, because I think they have few brief remarks. And so I'm going to turn to Ms. Talento first, who's right here. Ms. Talento.
Cynthia, Monique has said so much about who you are and what you have achieved. So all I can add is it was an honor and a privilege to serve alongside you as chair during one of the hardest years APS has experienced. And I will take that experience with me for the rest of my life, having journeyed alongside you in leading our division through those times. It truly was an honor, and I will miss your leadership here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Talento. I'd like to go to Mr. Goldstein next. Mr. Goldstein.
Yes, yes, thank you. Thank you very much. I want to share an anecdote that, because of its uniqueness, is always going to be with me, related to Cynthia. 25 years ago, my older daughter started kindergarten. The year before that was 1995. The year before that, in 94, my wife and I started looking around because we really didn't know much about what the different schools' offerings were. We'd heard about option schools. Of course, you know, there was our neighborhood school, so we made appointments. And on the appointed day and time, we went to our neighborhood school, which is Randolph, and, you know, walked in, went to the front desk, and the assistant principal behind the desk got up, came over to greet us, and that was the very first APS employee I ever met, and that was Cynthia Johnson. So it's, you know, with a heavy heart that I'm going to be seeing Cynthia leaving APS, but I'm also delighted for her as she begins a whole new journey in her life, and one that is ripe with opportunities. So Cynthia, thank you for your guidance and your counsel and for educating me as a parent and as a community member and as a school board member. I can't imagine how I could have done this without you, your history in my journey here in APS. So please be well, stay well, and don't be a stranger.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Goldstein. Dr. Cannon?
Yes, Cynthia, so much has already been said, but I am just so glad that I got the chance to work with you for a number of years. You have been a true inspiration to me personally and professionally. I've enjoyed working with you, and I cannot thank you enough for taking on that role of interim superintendent. As Tanya pointed out, it was a challenging year, but it truly was special to get a chance to work so closely with you. I will miss your positive energy, I'll miss your wisdom, and I'll miss your kind spirit. But I know that we will get a chance to see each other and work together in some capacity going forward. Best wishes to you, and take care. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Barbara.
Thank you very much. And Ms. Van Dorn shares the sentiments of all of her colleagues, and we are all just so proud of the work that you've done here at APS. And thank you so much for the decades you've given to our community, our students, our staff. It's been such a pleasure to know you, and as has been shared before, you were one of the first people that I had the opportunity to get to know. So I've known you through over 20 years, and so appreciate the opportunity to understand and know who you are as a school leader, as a system leader, and appreciate all the work that you've done. And with that, I'd ask you just to dip down to below. There's a few things there for you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. There's some flowers, and there are two other items down below there, Cynthia. that's the proclamation. We thank you very much for your hard service and work. And there's one other thing down there if you see it. It does. There you go.
Wow.
Yes.
Beautiful.
An award for you to take home and so you don't forget us. So thank you very much. Yeah. And I understand you may have a few comments that you want to share with us.
If I could, please.
Please.
I'd like to. I want to say thank you for the very kind words and the opportunity. So, Madam Chair O'Grady and school board members, I want to thank you for the opportunity to be present this evening. I have spent more than 40 years in the profession that I have truly loved. My APS experience has absolutely been phenomenal. And I have made every effort along the way to thank people. And I really appreciate the opportunity tonight to do one final thanks. So I want to start with a huge thanks to my husband for his ongoing support. He is the reason that I think I've been able to give so much to APS. My 3 sons have helped me to appreciate it more as a mother. I thank them because I love who they are as young men. As far as APS, I want to start with a huge thank you to the school board. Thank you for the opportunity to serve in the interim position and to learn in my role from each of you. I valued your experiences and how you helped me to grow. I want to extend a very special thank you to Tanya Talento, who served as chair and provided much support, wisdom, and guidance during my interim year. I have been honored to work under 4 superintendents. So Dr. Gosling, who recently passed away, was my first superintendent. Afterwards was Dr. Smith, then Dr. Murphy, and now Dr. Duran. This also lets you know how old I am and how long I've been around. The expertise within the ELT has been invaluable. There is talent and knowledge there that is just so impressive, and I have appreciated learning from and observing my ELT colleagues in action. My 18 years as principal and then 9 years in the central office as assistant superintendent has provided many opportunities to work closely with the broadest spectrum of APS talent. Principals, assistant principals, and docs are truly an amazing group, and they continue to do monumental work in providing invaluable leadership in the day-to-day operations of the school. And all of it is in the best interest of staff and students. So it has been an honor to work closely with this group over many, many years. Next, I want to thank all the staff within each of the departments for the roles they play in helping the school system be as successful as possible. I have been in awe of the talent and high-level expertise we have in this school system. I want to give a special acknowledgement to the classroom teachers. I started as a teacher and know that that is where the heart lies in many, many organizations. So thank you to the teachers and for all that you do. And to all the parts that make the system work, kudos to you. The TV crew, the ITCs, the classroom assistants, the counselors, the custodians, the facility workers, the cafeteria staff, extended day, school health, drivers, the bilingual liaison, social workers, psychologists, the list can go on and on. Thank you. It has always given me great pride and pleasure to maintain my connections with these individuals because of their work and because they make the system work. Even now, I remain very close to a number of retired custodians and family, and it gives me great pleasure. To my A-team that is here this evening, Administrative Services, thank you for the partnership. I am proud that we are a small department and that we work well together, and I am also proud in how we do our work. I could not have done this job without you. In addition to having the partnership, I have definitely enjoyed the many moments of laughter along the way. What a wonderful team and what wonderful memories. Thank you. And finally, to my special circle of friends, my sister circle, many whom have retired.
thank you very much. You have always been a role model for me as strong and successful, highly successful women. I am successful because of you, and I am grateful forever. I have worked with so many people who have enriched my life on so many levels, and I have truly enjoyed and appreciated the journey throughout the years. My work ethics, my integrity, and my genuine love and care for the people are the gifts I have shared over the years, with a focus on students at all times. So kudos to all as you continue to do this hard work. The future continues to be in good hands. Thank you, school board members, again for the opportunity to serve in this wonderful school system and for the recognition this evening. It has been an honor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I do know, Ms. Johnson, in regular times, we'd have a boardroom full of people to wish you well, but I know we noticed we have a few people here, and I'm not sure you had a chance to mention and recognize all of them, so you might want to just acknowledge a few people.
Yes, I would like to acknowledge my husband. As I mentioned earlier, he's been the cornerstone and, you know, in my corner throughout my life. So this is my husband, Lamont. I have my youngest son here today, Coleman Johnson, and he is here with the special young lady, Christy. My other two sons I know are listening in, but they're out of town, so I have enjoyed having everybody be a part of this evening, and I know many people are watching, so again, thank you so much.
You're welcome, and I see Ms. Sharon Good is back there as well.
Yes, my A-team.
Yes.
Yes, my A-team.
Yes, all right.
He was actually the first person that was part of the administrative team, and we have since expanded, and now we are 5 instead of 2.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Want to see you march out or a little dance on the way out, Ms. Johnson. Let's see.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We are now at announcements. On Monday, November the 23rd, the board has a virtual closed meeting at 5:15 p.m. Monday, November the 30th, the School Board Policy Subcommittee will meet virtually at 2 p.m. And on December the 1st, the board will hold a work session for a special education update at 5:15 p.m. Following the work session on December the 1st, we will hold the public meeting on the elementary boundary proposal at 7:30 p.m. I'd like to take this opportunity to review the process and guidelines for this public hearing. The speaker request form will be posted on our website no later than 10 a.m. on November the 23rd and will be available until 5 p.m. on November the 27th. After all speaker requests are received, you will be emailed instructions on how to participate in the hearing. Based on emergency guidelines for public gatherings, we will allow up to 25 in-person speakers who will be heard first. Following in-person speakers, we will hear call-in speakers. Please be sure to indicate on your speaker form whether you wish to speak in person or by phone. Each speaker will have 2 minutes. If you need interpretation, please notify the school board office as soon as possible, and we will do our best to accommodate your request. The speaker will have 2 minutes to speak, and the interpreter will have up to 2 additional minutes to translate your comments. All speakers are encouraged to send your comments in writing to school.board@apsva.us prior to the meeting. Now I invite my board colleagues to make announcements. Let's start with Ms. Van Dorn. Ms. Van Dorn, do you have any announcements?
No, I do not. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Talento?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Goldstein?
I do not this time around. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Cannonen?
No announcements. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to then provide an update on communications. Since our last meeting, the school board has continued to receive messages on the phased return to hybrid in-person learning plan, Season 1 sports, the school year calendar, budget, and the fall 2020 elementary boundary process. Board members and the superintendent review all emails and received a weekly report of messages received for consideration. Please continue to submit questions on the reopening of schools and proposed elementary options to engage at apsva.us or using the Engage online form. Due to the volume of messages received, it may take staff some time to provide replies. Updates and information on the reopening of schools will continue to be shared by Dr. Duran via School Talk every Tuesday and at board meetings under the monitoring agenda item. Finally, I'd like to announce that Tanya Talento will be hosting virtual open office hours on Monday, November the 23rd from 5 to 7 p.m. Information on how to sign up will be shared via School Talk and posted on the APS homepage on Friday afternoon. Again, we do appreciate the community engagement, especially during these unprecedented times. Dr. Duran, do you have any announcements to make?
Yes, thank you, Chair O'Grady. And if we could bring up the slides, I'd appreciate that. I have a few brief announcements tonight. And just as a reminder, all of the other announcements regarding return to school will be at a later time in this meeting. So first of all, is the PowerPoint up? Okay. First of all, the APS Parent Academy resources want to provide some information that this is available to families. And we have a variety of resources available with regards to academic, social, and emotional development, especially during distance learning. And the Department of Teaching and Learning has posted the following resources that you see here available, and I want to encourage families to access them at our APS Parent Academy by visiting the website that you see there, parentacademy.aps.va.us. Thinking about our meals, I want to provide a few updates on meal services and also important the scheduling for the Thanksgiving holiday next week. And I want to thank all of our Office of Food and Nutrition Services for their work thus far to serve meals throughout the pandemic and while we've been in distance learning. Our numbers have grown even since the time of posting this presentation, and we've served nearly 630,000 meals from the start of this school year through the present. I again want to highlight that we're serving these meals at 22 locations and 22 school locations and 7 delivery locations. And any family can come to the site, and we really want to ensure that all families are coming when they are feeling welcome and picking up meals at any of these locations. For Thanksgiving, which is the upcoming holiday next week, meals will be served on this Friday, November 20th, and Tuesday, November 24th. So on Friday, families will receive meals for Friday, Saturday, and Monday. And then on Tuesday, they'll receive 5 meals for Tuesday through Saturday. And this information was communicated via School Talk, text, and robocall to families, and we'll continue to send reminders as the week progresses. A few important upcoming dates and reminders. I'd like to remind families of the following important dates: that this Friday, elementary report cards will be issued, and that will be issued in Parent View. And if you need a printed copy, please contact your child's school so they can print a copy and mail it to you. Thanksgiving break is the 25th through the 27th of next week, and so we will be taking time off and to honor that holiday. November 30th, we will have the selection process beginning for return to level 3 students, which is middle and high school students, and I'll be talking more about that in my back to school update later on. Thinking about our school board action plan, just a few updates on our progress there. We are nearing the end of our elementary school boundary process, and we've held a work session last week to discuss several issues related to the development of our new boundaries. As a result of the discussion at the work session, we are making adjustments to my recommendation, and school board members are providing that feedback, and any new changes, if there are any, will be posted on the Engage website on November 25th and available for board docs for the public hearing the following week on the 1st, and then again for the adoption of those on the 3rd. Staff continues to add to the information and frequently ask questions on our Engage webpage, and so please continue to engage with us as we move forward to the public hearing and then the ultimate vote on the 3rd. We've also been closely monitoring the fiscal year 21 budget, held a school board work session last week about that. The school board adopted the fiscal year 22 budget direction at the last school board meeting, and we'll be presenting a budget recommendation next February. The application period for the APS School Resource Officer Work Group closed on November 9th, and the selection process is underway. We received about 160 applications. And I want to thank everyone who has expressed interest in working with staff as we review this relationship with school resource officers. The work group will be presented to the school board at the December 3rd meeting, and we will have more information on our Engage page about this, so you can find out all the information about what's happening with this work group. Last part I'd like to share for announcements is as we continue to work and review revisions to any school board policies, we have a public comment process for any policies that are under review. The accreditation of schools policy has been open for comment and will continue to be available through December 9th. And the public comment period is just open for our intranet policy and the online input form for community members, and that will be open through December 15th. Again, all of this information about how you can provide input on these policies can be found on our Engage website. And that's a conclusion of my brief announcements for this evening. Chair O'Grady, thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Duran. I'd like to find out from my colleagues if they have any questions for Dr. Duran on this portion of the agenda. I'll start with Ms. Van Dorn. Ms. Van Dorn, any questions or comments?
I'm sorry, I was trying to deal with the technology. Dr. Duran, are you going to do more in depth on the 2021 school year presentation? Should I save my question regarding to that time? Yes.
The monitoring report, is that what you're asking
Yeah.
about? Yes. Mhm.
Okay, thanks. No, I don't have any more questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Talento.
Thank you, Chair Grady. Dr. Duran, thank you for sharing the information on the APS Parent Academy resources. I know that, well, actually I don't, do we have the ability to translate them or to provide subtitles in different languages for our community? I think some may actually have been in the past, I don't recall, but can we look into that just to be able to share them in the 4 main languages? Even if, I think even with subtitles, I think that'd be a really great resource.
Sure, we'll look into that, make sure we can have that resource available.
Thank you so much. And that's all I have, Chair Grady. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Talento. Mr. Goldstein.
No, I have no additional questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There are no additional questions for this segment, so we will move then to the consent agenda. May I have a motion to adopt the consent agenda?
I move to adopt the consent agenda.
Thank you, Ms. Talento. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Cannon. The clerk will call the roll.
All those in favor of the motion say yes. Those opposed say no. Mr. Goldstein?
Yes.
Dr. Cannon?
Yes.
Ms. O'Grady?
Yes.
Ms. Talento?
Yes.
Ms. Van Dorn?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you, Ms. Mercado. I'd like to announce that under consent, the school board appointed Eli Berg as student representative to the Arlington Special Education Advisory Committee. We also appointed Dr. Jeanette Allen as interim assistant superintendent administrative services. Dr. Allen is with us tonight, and she is a bilingual educator with experience as a teacher, assistant principal, and administrator. She first joined APS in 2008 as assistant principal at Arlington Community High School and later served as assistant principal at the Arlington Career Center. After spending a few years with another division, Dr. Allen returned to APS in August 2017 as the Director of Administrative Services. For the 2019-2020 school year, she served as acting assistant superintendent of administrative services, while Ms. Cynthia Johnson served as interim superintendent. Dr. Allen has built strong relationships with APS administrators and is known as an educator with integrity and a passion for serving all students and working collaboratively with families and other stakeholders. And we also know that Dr. Allen is able to handle crisis situations with delicacy by employing perception and situational discernment. Dr. Allen is committed to the highest levels of professional excellence. We look forward to again working with her as interim assistant superintendent in the coming months. Congratulations, Dr. Allen. Thank you. Finally, as part of consent, the board also approved the Career and Technical Education Briefing Report. And here it is right here. It's a very good report. I hope people will get the opportunity to read it. The Career and Technical Education, or CTE program, provides middle and high school students with a variety of career pathways and allows them to explore career opportunities. CTE integrates academic and technical skills with workplace skills and career exploration through work-based learning experiences. In this briefing report, you'll find an overview of CTE program options available to students throughout APS, as well as data on the program's growth, equity of access, and work-based learning opportunities it provides to students. The brief also describes the Arlington Tech program, a rigorous project-based learning program focused on collaborative problem solving. The brief also highlights opportunities for students to earn certification for various occupations. Finally, the brief includes a profile of a CTE graduate who shares her experience of participating in this great opportunity in APS. Thank you for that. And we are now at our monitoring items. We have one item tonight, the school year 2020-2021 update. Dr. Duran.
Thank you, Chair O'Grady. And if we could please bring up the monitoring report. Okay, I don't see it on the screen. All right, well, I'll go ahead and begin as we're bringing up the report. Tonight, my report will again include information on the latest health and safety data and some additional academic data to show how our students are doing in distance learning. Throughout, and as we always do, we'll conclude with some information in regards to the budget and some financial information that will show where we are in that progress. Very important for us to continue to look at that as we see that snapshot of our budget changing, and we need to be well aware of that. So let me first start by looking at taking a closer look at the latest metrics in the new reporting format we're using for assessing and monitoring health risks and operations as we move forward. To review, the CDC provides 5 main categories of risk: lowest, lower, moderate, higher, and highest for each core or primary indicator, and then there are several secondary indicators that you can see. It is important for all of us to know that each indicator or a combination of indicators, in addition to our operational metrics, are not used in isolation and are not used as cutoffs for operating or not operating. Rather, these provide us with guiding principles or considerations on the inherent risk to inform our decision making. So as you can see from this slide, the CDC has provided us with guiding criteria for each category that aligns similarly in most of the areas to our previous metrics. While the risk of COVID-19 transition may be lower when indicators of community spread are lower, for example, the risk is really dependent upon our ability as a community inside and outside of school to adhere to the community mitigation strategies that are needed. On this slide, you can see the new view of our health metrics using the CDC's core and secondary indicators. This data presented here on this slide and on our dashboard shows data pulled from the Virginia Department of Health last Friday on November 13th. Clearly, we can continue to see a steady rise in the total number of new cases for 100,000 persons over the last 14 days. Based on this data, Arlington is now in the highest risk category for that indicator, which is something we're very closely watching. The benchmark criteria we're using is directly related to CDC, VDH, and VDOE guidance, so we have aligned our dashboard with that rather than other various benchmarks that we were previously displaying to create transparency and not have confusion and being aligned with what we're getting from CDC, VDH, and VDOE. In addition to displaying the data in the CDC's core and secondary format, we will continue to display the additional 2 metrics from the weekly transmission report, as you can see from this slide here. While these 2 are not included in the CDC's metrics, it is important for us to consider and to look at all health factors in our decision making. In addition to these changes to the health metrics section of our dashboard, the operational metrics here are shown. These provide ongoing tracking of our preparations for operations, including staffing, substitutes, and other critical areas. And as of last Friday, we are also including the percentage of students who may be excluded from level 1 attendance for health concerns. As mentioned, the health and safety metrics are showing concerning trends in Arlington, which we're also seeing COVID surging across the state and frankly the nation. In response, Governor Northam issued new mitigation measures and limits for gatherings to help slow the spread of the virus. And while the Commonwealth's case count per capita and positivity rate remain comparatively low, Northern Virginia and all 5 health regions are experiencing increases in new COVID-19 cases, positive tests, and hospitalizations. And in addition, Arlington County is moving in, as I mentioned earlier, into the highest risk category for case incidence rate. The percent positivity rate has entered into a moderate risk category, and several of our secondary indicators have moved into higher risk categories. Our employee exclusion and student exclusion, which we just began, remain fairly stable at this time. On this slide, you can see that we have provided here considerations for operating when the majority of our primary indicators and secondary indicators designate a highest risk transmission. The considerations you see here are that our primary learning methodology should be remote and that we limit in-person instruction to students with disabilities if the school designates and the parent consents. This consideration directly relates to our Level 1 return plans. And in doing that, we are following the state guidance, and the guidance we have is to focus on students with disabilities as appropriate with parent consent. And we'll continue to stay the course, focusing our mitigation strategies and supporting these students in Level 1. There is close monitoring at the state level, and we're in communication with that about concerns that we continue to hear. And of course, this is an ever-evolving situation, and we will continue to adjust the decision-making based on any guidance we received. Right now, the governor has provided guidance for Level 1 to be able to occur, and so we're continuing to follow that. Each level of the interim guidance also includes considerations for school divisions for moderate and higher risk, and while our Level 2 has multiple phases, the intent was to align our decision-making to the considerations provided in each level of risk or transmission. So here you can see several of those considerations for moderate and higher risk. This slide shows the differences when we're in a lower risk of transmission category. And again, we're not there right now. Our data is not trending this way currently, but here are some of the considerations that we're looking at in terms of when we do get into the lower risk or lowest risk. And again, those are in correlation to the first slide I showed, which is the CDC's guidance that we've recently received. In the coming slides, I want to share a little bit of data, our instruction, and showing how students are doing the first quarter. But I want to share that we have just started this information to show we need to learn and look more at how our students are really doing, and not just from instructional, but from a social, emotional lens. How are they doing? We are beginning to, and you'll see, engage in focus groups. I'll talk about that in a moment to better understand that. But it's important for us to think about how do we best support our students now, what additional interventions and supports are needed, and then long term, what are we going to be needing to do to support our students who either instructionally have had some gaps or have some mental or social, emotional health needs that are needing to be addressed currently and long term. So we are going to be forming and working to form a task force that is going to be similar in nature to our Return to School task force that had parents, teachers, students, administrators, to really begin to go deeper and look at that from that lens. And we will begin to start that process. We'll have more information about what that looks like, how stakeholders can participate, and you'll learn more about that in the coming weeks as we begin to develop that. But looking at the data we do have right now, which again is just the surface of what we can begin to see now, just want to provide an update on some of our distance learning, access and connectivity. And clearly here, I won't read the slide, there are clearly a lot of data points to show that students are participating in terms of being logged on and having access to the learning. But the deeper question is, beyond access, which was a great accomplishment, and I'm glad we were able to do this. Many school divisions don't have this type of data on access. But for me, the access is just the foundation. It's what it's expected. It's what we should have. It's not what we need to focus our efforts on at this point, because we've done this and we're able to do it. And it was a great feat that was done by, I want to thank all of our IS, our instructional technology coordinators, information services, and everyone who's troubleshoot to make this happen. This is not a simple thing to do, But certainly now we want to think about what is it that we're looking at in terms of when students are logged on and have connections. Are they learning? Are they engaged? What kind of supports are needed? And so this is just the beginning of that, but it is something that we have, and I thought I would share and remind us about that. But again, that's the foundation and that's the floor. Right now we have, as we're finishing up the first quarter, we do have information about what grades are looking like, but again, that's one level only of students, and we have, as in some cases in elementary, we are not yet showing grades. We're making expected progress or not making expected progress. So we are aware that we need to go deeper and understand this, and so this week, the Department of Teaching and Learning began facilitating 6 focus groups with teachers, students, parents, administrators, and the Office of Student Services staff to learn what is working with distance learning and what is not only from an instructional lens, but also from a social-emotional lens. What is working, what is not. This information being gathered through these focus groups will help us better understand how to measure student progress, what supports and resources are needed, how do we enhance our distance learning now, what is working now, and then what do we need to put in place long-term. We will continue, and at the next monitoring report, I will have information and updates on what are some of the things we've learned from these focus groups to share with you and the community. But right now, again, what we're just showing in this presentation is some information on our progress made on report cards, and that's the next several slides, and I'm not going to go into detail on all of these, but just want to share that that's what we have now, and it is the tip of the iceberg of what we need to be able to do to understand our students really, if they're learning or if they're engaged, where those successes are. We've heard from many students and many families. We've received many, many emails from families and students that they are making progress, that they are successful, and we receive many, many emails from students and families that they are not. So we need to best understand that. We receive a lot of comment. We heard some today on the public comment, and what we get we read all the emails is probably almost half and half and postcards from students who are very concerned that they're not learning, and we've read those. And then cards from students who are saying that they are learning and it's a better way of learning. So we need to really understand and know that this is not a one-size-fits-all for all of our students. But here is some information on the progress reports that you see here and the first quarter grades with regards to the elementary report card. On this slide, you can see there that students making expected progress in math, what that data shows. On this slide, you can see we're reporting progress for the first quarter, our standards-based grading schools that have that, what the progress looks like there. On the next slide, in reading is where we're seeing more variation and areas of need. On the math slides you saw, at least in terms of the progress being made as it relates to that, we didn't see the same type of variation and the need and the focus, particularly here you see in the early years for grades 1 and 2. For students who are not making expected progress and who will definitely be needing some additional support now and long term. What are we going to have in place for those students once we are, summer programming and other type of programming that we're going to need to put in place for our students. But again, not waiting for that. What do we need to be doing now right away? For those schools using standard-based grading, we see the distribution here on the proficiency levels of reading standards addressed in quarter 1. And here you can see as well that the students' mastery of the standards, whether they're meeting, approaching, developing, or insufficient evidence. So that's where we can see also again in reading some concern there. This next slide is just an overview of student progress for grades 6 to 9. And you can see here for students who are passing, or whether they are not. We can see there the blue would obviously be students receiving an A and orange B. But again, receiving an A or B is one important data point to look at, but we need to understand beyond that, and that's what I believe these focus groups will help us further with and go deeper on. This slide provides a snapshot of just some of the interventions currently occurring during distance learning. Other academic and social-emotional interventions are occurring at elementary and secondary levels. However, this slide provides just one example of an intervention occurring at each of the elementary, middle, and high school levels. For instance, Orton Gillingham is being used as an example of elementary intervention. It is also being implemented at the middle and high school level. APS teachers are responding to student academic and social emotional needs based on a variety of data points. And teachers are providing interventions through virtual small group instruction or an adaptive blended learning model. And of course, the frequency and duration of interventions is dependent on the student need and the program being used. So this is a snapshot of some. And as we dig deeper, we want to understand what of these are working, what is missing, what do we need to enhance to ensure that our students are receiving the interventions that they truly need. This slide is a list of all diagnostic screeners used within APS by grade level and content area. And we'll be able to provide future data points from some of these to show student progress beyond, as I showed today, the grades. It's particularly when we have mid and end of year administrations of various of these assessments and diagnostics. And so that's very important for us to look at, and we'll continue to include this information as we move forward with these assessments to go deeper and understand how our students are performing. And again, I want to conclude with this part is this is the very first time that we're providing in a monitoring report some level of information on student achievement and level of information on what can be done to support our students from interventions. And we will continue to provide more, and we must, and we can, and we will go deeper to understand from our students directly, our teachers directly, our parents directly, what is going well, what are some of the successes, what is not going well, what are some interventions we need to put in place now, and what are some things we need to put in place long term to make sure that all of our students are being met and their needs being met now and long term. The next slide provides a summary of our phased return plan for our in-person instruction and some of the next steps. This slide you can see here is just a reminder of where we are in terms of level 1 being underway, level 2 and level 3 projected to January as we are looking at the health and safety metrics, but we must, as we're thinking about those, when we're able to follow the metrics and open in-person learning, we must have our planning done, and we need to make sure that we continue that planning now so that we can be prepared to do that. APS, and continuing to plan for that transition, we got to make sure that we are helping parents understand what that looks like, getting more information from families on the selection for that might be interested in level 3. I hope on Friday that you saw the video prepared to help families visualize what the hybrid elementary day would be like, including health and safety measures that were in place. And in preparation for level 3 transitions, the level 3 family selection process for secondary students will take place from November 30th through December 7th. 1 week. This will allow families of middle and high school students to choose a preferred instructional model. We will release more details and information on the hybrid in-person learning model when that window opens, and schools will be conducting direct outreach to help families select a model. Very important to know, we want every secondary family to respond and make a selection during this time. We will not use the previous selections made over the summer, as we want to have a specific selection about what families want to do in level 3. There will not be a default, and any families who do not respond, principals and school staff will be reaching out individually to each of those families to understand what their preference is. And that's why we're doing this for 1 week, and then we'll have 2 weeks for schools to do that. Some have asked, why are we proceeding right now? Why are we asking our families given the latest health metrics? And I want to reiterate, it's important that we gather the information we need to help us plan so that we have the time, our secondary principals, to prepare for the transition. And delaying planning and not getting this information would mean we wouldn't be able to open for students and families that want to be in person when it is safe to do so. It would delay that even further. On November 30th, we will release a video and information to help families make a selection on the secondary level. We released recently the elementary video. On the 30th, we will have a video for secondary. Just a quick reminder that we did, since the last board meeting, we have made an announcement to proceed with VHSL Season 1, with the exception of wrestling, given the frequent close contact or winter cheer. as it's a competitive cheer and season 2 sport, and it can be offered outside at that time. And there are several modifications, no in-person spectators, limited or no locker room use, and there are going to be very specific sport modifications that are needed. And as with our in-person instructional plans, if community health conditions worsen, and in consultation with public health, we may have to modify or suspend athletics at that time. The season does begin on December 7th for practice, so we're working closely with all of our athletic staff, and they're working very hard to make sure that they're prepared for that, and we will continue to monitor the data at that point. Athletic staff will be providing more details on those modifications as we get closer to the start of that season. And now I'd like to share some additional supports we have put in place while we're in Level 1 for students and families who need more help with distance learning. On Monday, we opened in-person learning support program at elementary sites, 3 elementary sites, not just for students at those sites, though these are 3 locations, at Ashlawn, Drew, and Hoffman Boston Elementary School. This is for children ages 4 to 11. And families with the greatest need. Currently, there is a limit number of slots for this, and those are for staff who are working in Level 1, families in need, and some family members from the county who've referred us from families who have need there that they're aware of. The current capacity is 150 students, 50 at each site, and students are participating in distance learning with supervision and support provided by extended day staff. And the students participate in daily distance learning through that normal way that they're getting instruction. It's just not at home. It's with support of adult supervision here. And of course, we have smaller classes of no more than 10. And all of our mitigation strategies are implemented at these sites. And so this is something we're really pleased that started this Monday. We also have at the second, that's for elementary. At the secondary level, we are working on a pilot for secondary workspace. And I want to thank our secondary principals for bringing forward this proposal to support our secondary students. The principals came up with this concept to help support them, students who may be having a challenge focusing at home, engaging. And so we started with the pilot at Wakefield, and we will now be looking at expanding that to other secondary schools. Basically, the workspace program allows for a small group of students to work in the school building 4 days a week. You can see here in the picture. It's optional for students who have attendance or connectivity issues and other challenges engaging in distance learning at home. And so each secondary principal is working with families and students on that. A couple of very important updates on operations, specifically on air quality and air purification, as well as lunch. So air quality and how it is evaluated per code is a very complex topic. So I want to provide a little bit of context to the information to help clarify some of the details and what we're working on here. So the code aspect for educational facilities follows the American Society for Heating, Refrigerating, and Air Conditioning Engineers. And that is for fresh air and ventilation based on room size and classroom occupancy using a metric called cubic feet per minute, or CFM, if you see this in our reports there. The code for healthcare facilities follow that same thing for fresh air and ventilation rates using the metric air changes per hour, or ACH. And the Harvard T. Chan School of Public Health uses ACH in their guide for schools, and they recommend at least 5 air changes per hour. 4 to 5 is good, 5 to 6 is excellent, and that includes recirculating and outside air in their recommendation. And the 5 times of the air changes per hour is cycled 5 times in an hour or every 12 minutes through a filtered system. So that is what we're looking at in terms of seeing the air quality and what our capacity is and what our buildings look like when we have this lens to look at from this recommendation. The metric for educational facilities converts the metric used in the Harvard Guide Ventilation Assessment identified classrooms that receive less than 5 air changes per hour. And all the classrooms not listed in our assessment receive at least 5 air changes per hour. And individual ventilation reports are being prepared for schools with classrooms that receive less than the 5 so that we can ensure that they're receiving that minimum, that we can find ways to optimize the fresh air, And individual ventilation reports will be shared and posted when they're completed as we're looking at working through that. Also, mobile bipolar ionization units with HEPA filters have been installed in our isolation rooms. These bipolar ionization units are one of the recommendations that were referenced in the VDOE guidance for schools, and that is why we have used these for our isolation rooms. And the units filter recirculated air and reduce transmission of the virus, but cannot eliminate it altogether. And we are investigating the availability about maybe deploying larger units in the classrooms. There is a cost to that you can see here, but again, based on the guidance that was provided in a recommendation from the Virginia Department of Education's guidance for reopening schools, we took that information there and we made sure to have this in our isolation rooms. We've also studied and looked at lunch, and we've shared that many times, we are committed to the health and safety of how we have students and employees in person, and lunch planning continues to, meet the guidance provided from the Virginia Department of Health. But we're looking at ways that we can work with individual schools to use school-based discretion based on day-to-day weather conditions and have lunch outdoors with students as much as possible. And also, though, at the current time that our lunch is following the guidance to have students not be in a large setting, to be 6 feet apart, to be able to eat with their take their masks to eat, and with that distance in smaller groups, certainly not in a large group. But we do know that that's just the guidance, and we want to find ways to be even safer. And one very obvious safe way would be to provide the ability to have outside spaces for those small groups. So that is something that we're continuing to work on. Obviously, again, weather conditions do affect that. And so we're working more on how we, again, right now we're following the guidance, but what more can we do to enhance and move beyond that? And finally, I want to update us on our financial projections, specifically an update that we're doing each time that we come together. This slide on our revenue projections details the changes in revenue. And right now we see that these figures have not changed since our last report, so I won't go through the detail, the report that was just given at the last board meeting. So right now we continue to see that we have between $15.8 and $22.9 million decrease in revenue, and that range really is still a lot of a range because we're waiting for the county revenue decrease and what that might be, and they have not changed what the range is for now. So no changes on this slide. And again, I want to emphasize that these revenue losses are certainly significant and are going to require that we make changes to our budget, and we'll continue to keep you informed about any proposed changes and when we do get that information from the county, so that can limit what our range is. The cost projections, this slide details estimated costs due to the closure. You can see here that it's $11.31 million. The only change to this slide since the last time is the amount for health and safety needs, which decreased from 7.25 to 5.9 as a result of the revised projections on some of those costs, and also the pause in level 2 until after the first year. And as with all of our estimates, these are subject to change. I'll say this again and again, especially as we move forward throughout the year. But this right now are the costs that we have identified. Similarly, the savings that we've identified, you can see here that the only change from the last time, highlighted in yellow, is the amount for debt service refunding, which increased from 1.9 to 2 million. The previous figure was actually an estimate, and this is now based on the actual refunding savings. So you can see here the total savings, 9.07 million. And of course, we'll continue to look at any savings we can acquire. And again, this is dependent upon what happens both in person or virtual learning and when we begin that change. And so it's possible the savings could actually decrease as we see more things occurring. But right now we do have this amount of savings. So with all the revenue, costs, and saving projections, we can see $18.05 to $22.15 million shortfall currently based on the information that we know and the projections we know. We have now a preliminary look at our fiscal year 20 closeout, and these figures are estimates and are subject to review by the auditors, but we thought it important to show that preliminary look now. This is slightly offset by a small reduction in revenue based on revenue sharing, but you can see that there is $24.3 million in savings from operations in fiscal year 20. In addition to $2.65 million in additional CARES Act funding from the county to cover some of the administrative costs related to the closure last school fiscal year and the need to plan for a change in distance learning. So overall, there's right now, preliminarily, without final review by the auditors, $27 million available for reallocation. So our recommendation and my recommendation would be that we would use $15 million of that fiscal year 20 closeout to help us close the gap. And if we did that, our gap would decrease to $3 million to $11.2 million. And again, that range is because of the county revenue decrease that we do not yet know. And the remainder of this gap, we could then be closed through finding additional savings, looking at other reductions in the current year budget. And again, we could recommend using more than the 15, but I do not, and we do not as staff recommend using more than that because we will be facing significant challenges in the fiscal 22 budget, and we need some of that to help us as we're planning for fiscal year 22 budget as well. So as it stands right now, preliminarily with what we know today, on November 17th, if we applied 15 million of what we know from the carry forward from last fiscal year 20, we would see right now a shortfall of $3 to $10 million that we would need to still address. And with that, Madam Chair, that concludes all of my items for this monitoring report.
Thank you very much, Dr. Duran, for your report. I'd like to go to colleagues to see if they have questions or comments. I'll start with Mr. Goldstein. Mr. Goldstein.
Yeah, I do. Thank you. I got a bunch of them, but in the interest of time, I don't want to go through all of them. I do want to go through all of them, but I'm not going to. So if you could go to slide 12, please, and I'll just kind of summarize my concerns here, and that is, let me take a look at slide 12. Is that up? I'm not seeing it on my screen.
It's not on the screen yet.
Okay. Well, what I'm worried about is that these are metrics about the number of students who are participating in synchronous learning activities, and I'm concerned about and wondering about who's not logging on, and what we're doing about it, who's missing assignments, and what we're doing about that. We quantify here what we've done to get internet to the families, but it doesn't mention how many families we're missing. And talking about the dashboards that are shared with the schools and a summary of what we're seeing in these trends would be useful. In general, I think looking at all the slides that you presented and my reading of them, I'd like to see more depth about some of these issues and problems. Now, you mentioned when we were talking about student achievement that teaching and learning had just started or just about to start focus groups or task forces or something on different subjects related to student achievement. Am I summarizing that correctly?
That's correct.
All right, so where would we be able to go to find out the details of that, to find out what the topics are covered, what the responses are, what the outcomes are of these task forces?
We'll be providing that information in the monitoring report. Each monitoring report will have information from what is being learned from the focus groups.
Okay. I'm concerned that it doesn't just skim the surface, at the large bullet level, but actually provides, and I understand PowerPoint slides are designed to do that, skim the surface with large bullets, but we also need to be able to find the detailed information that comes out so that we're not skipping or skimping, in trying to summarize a few words for a bullet. Am I making myself clear?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goldstein.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yes. I'd like to go to Ms. Van Dorn, please. Ms. Van Dorn.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair O'Grady. I have 3 questions. We going to have more than one round or not?
We can have more than one round.
Okay,
That's fine.
I will ask 2 questions. The first is, Dr. Duran, on the parents who need to sign up for in the December 7th, November 3rd, December 7th timeframe. I'm hearing a lot of anxiety from them because they just don't really know what the lay of the land is going to be come next year when we consider going into hybrid. So they feel a bit like they're taking a shot in the dark. But one question that I've gotten that it would be helpful if you could clarify it because it's not that clear on our website. If a family chooses virtual, can they continue to go virtually, or are you limiting that only to people who, because of their being eligible under the most strict CDC guidelines, would be eligible for virtual learning? Can you clarify that, please?
I think I understand your question correctly. Let me clarify. Families would be able to choose hybrid or virtual, and if they want to choose virtual, it is not conditioned on any reason other than the family preference.
Okay, so they don't have to qualify in the same way our staff have to qualify for accommodations based on guidelines?
No.
Okay, thank you. And then my second question is, I know that we're just beginning to do the instructional review. So these are just things that first of all, I really think it's a great idea to bring together a task force and work group. And I would hope that you would allow any parent who has something to bring to the table to be part of that, because the parents are really struggling with making sure that their kids are getting the proper support and that they're able to support their children well. And I think the more we hear from families who are the ones at home with their kids doing the learning, the more perhaps we can figure out what to do to support our teachers and our families. So I hope you're very broad on that. So here are the 3 questions, sub-questions to that. Just, you don't have to answer, but for the next time, can we do a year-to-year comparison on where kids are this year to last year? Because if we're doing okay, it would be good for parents to know that. So it would be great to do a year-to-year comparison. And then on reading, what are you measuring? What tests are you using? And then on reading, Lexia is supposed to be used in all our K-5 schools. I've said this before, and I'm going to say it again. It's not being used in all our schools, and it's also supposed to be used at the middle school level, and I understand it's not being. So if in the future you can address those issues and, compare us year to year, tell us what you're measuring in reading and what's going on with Lexia, that would be really great. Okay, but you can just take that on board for our next meeting.
All right, thank you. I do want to make one comment that as a part of the task force, we will be working with getting information via survey from all of our parents on how students are doing instructionally, how they're doing from social emotional perspective, and that survey will be part of the task force to be able to review and look at that information so that we can make some immediate recommendations as well as some long-term ones. So that will go to your point, Ms. Van Doren, about making sure all families can have a part in providing information to the task force.
Just if you would please make sure that where our surveys aren't usually very, they're not great. So if you could please leave an open-ended question where parents can just write their concerns, that would be very helpful, because I think we would get a lot out of that, both the parents and the staff, if we could do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Van Dorn. Ms. Talento.
Thank you, Chair O'Grady. I do have a few questions as well. First, I want to just share that I appreciate the task force and the focus groups and trying to get a better understanding of what our families are experiencing in our current model, and what we can do to strengthen and start to look at what are the learning gaps, where are they, and how we will be addressing them in the future. That is what I heard you say it was the
Yes.
focus of these two things.
That's
Great.
correct.
Okay, so thank you for that. I also wanted to support Ms. Van Doren's request for the year-to-year comparison. I think it would be helpful to understand. I know that we have done academic updates mid-year around this time, but we've always had that fall, that August SOL data that has been, reported out. We don't have that this year.
Correct.
What we may have are PALS data from last fall, and I don't know if we were able to achieve it in the spring because I can't remember if it's a February date or the April date. Maybe looking at that. I don't know what math tests we're using, and I know Ms. Van Doren mentioned Lexia, because I know PALS is not necessarily a catch-all or really measures the kind of reading we may, but just having an understanding and then being able to explain that to community what these tests are, because usually we measure our students through our SOL data, which we do not have. But I think being able to show our parents where we do have gaps, maybe we don't have gaps where we think we do, so I think that would really be helpful for our community. And so I just wanted to support that request. And I did want to share a concern as I was looking at the data that you provided today. So I did have a conversation with a parent of a high schooler, and one thing that I did not process as we were going through this past summer when we brought high school students to improve grades is that in years past, especially for our juniors and even our seniors, when they took a class in summer school, it would replace whatever class they took, it would replace a poor grade that they may have had the year prior. And this summer, we just allowed them we only allowed students who had a D or an E go to summer school, and it only allowed them to improve by 1 grade. But in a prior year, they might have had a D, taken that class over the summer, and gotten the B or the A. Maybe they had a bad year, there were things happening, so we didn't get to do that this summer. Her daughter, this student is trying to apply to college as a rising senior, so I recommended that she speak to Mr. Bird, Ty Bird, who is our secondary director of education. I only share that because as I'm looking at the data that we have mid-year, my big concern is for our junior and seniors. Well, I think that colleges nationwide, any post-high school work, because even workforce will sometimes look at transcripts, even if you're not going to college, will have some consideration for the pandemic. I think it would be really great to be able to support our students, especially our juniors and seniors who don't have the type of time to improve. And so I don't know what the answer is to that. I have read in places that some of them are choosing not to grade students, I think at the secondary level, but there's been concern about that because then there's no way to weight the grades for college applications. So this isn't an easy solution, but do we have a plan in place? Can we do something, make a summer school plan, just start being proactive versus reactive and figuring out that I think it's about 15% or 20% that were C's, D's, and E's in those charts that you showed us today. I'm adding quickly, so I could be off, where these are high school students. I was looking at the juniors and seniors in particular. If we can find a way to make sure they have the ability to address those needs that they're having. And again, I don't know what the answer is, but it's a red flag that I saw. So I don't know if you have any thoughts on that.
We can certainly look, and that's part of what we're doing as we think about these focus groups and trying to understand where are those areas that need immediate attention that we can look at in the long term. And that's certainly one that I know that Department of Teaching and Learning, mentioned Mr. Bird, Ms. Loft, will be able to look at and provide some more information on that later.
Okay, great. And so again, thank you for sharing this type of data. I think it'll really be helpful as we prepare, we being APS, because I just realized I won't be here in the next few, I have 2 more school board meetings. But as we prepare to support recovery and addressing any of the gaps that the pandemic is causing. The other question I had is, because we had to postpone the level 2 entry, which I appreciate and support considering the current community spread and the situation that we're in. However, I am hoping that in January we'll be ready to move forward. I am getting some concerns from parents where their own situation is changing. We've talked about this even in our boundary work, in a situation where families are having to merge. Maybe parents are coming to live with you, maybe you're going to live with parents. I mean, these are just things that are happening. What happens if a person chose hybrid and now they're having to care for someone who's high risk? Do we have, when you chose it and you implement it, then you can create a situation where it's yes or no. But now that there's 6 weeks before we can even look at starting, what happens if something changes in that period? And maybe we don't have an answer today, but I think we need to consider that, because that could happen both for, even teachers who may now be able to return. Something changed in their situation where they were virtual and now they may be able to return. And I think the last time we surveyed them was in early October. So I just want to provide that feedback for you and your staff to consider on how we can address this ever-changing situation for many families, and figure out if there's a way that as things start to drastically change in your life, or sometimes your perspective of the COVID and the pandemic changes because you've seen a success or you've experienced the death. It could go either way. And that can completely have a traumatic effect or an impact on your decision making. So I just want to give you that feedback and that concern, and figure out if there's something we can do, especially for families who, my biggest concern is for a family who has chosen hybrid and now has a high risk factor where they need to go virtual. And I don't know what the answer is for that, whether they email, whether they do it like an administrative transfer, or if there's a mechanism. So that would be my.
Yeah, and as we stated the last time we were talking about, we're talking about level 2 right now, I believe, correct?
Yeah, it would be for level 2 or for level 3.
So for level 3, we have the window open right now, and we would look at that. But what we talked about previously is for any family wishing to move from hybrid to virtual, there would be a little bit more flexibility there, but it would still depend upon working with their individual schools, working with their principal to see that we had space. We don't want to just have large, huge classes in virtual, right? So we want to make sure there's space there. Clearly, we saw when we did the level 2 survey from parents from the June or July time up until October, we saw almost 2,000 some odd parents move from hybrid to virtual. So we know that's an area that we've seen a lot of families requesting. So we just, again, have to be mindful of, if we're scheduling based on this data, we want to be as flexible as we can, but we also need to be mindful of what we're able to do with staffing and being able to have the proper ratio of teacher and student. So it would be, I would say at that point, once they have identified and they're looking to potentially move from hybrid to virtual, that's something we could do. The reverse from virtual to hybrid is a lot more difficult in terms of all the in-person mitigation and all the different things we have to prepare for there. So that's one that we had said previously would not be able to do, but if it was the opposite, something that we could look at on a case-by-case with each school.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Duran. So I would just recommend that when we get closer to reopening, that we have a mechanism, whether it's email your principal or email your counselor or email central office, just so that we can start directing parents if they have a situation where they need that request, who processes it for them and what does that look like. Okay, and I know we're doing 2, so I have a couple more, but I'll wait for the second round. Thank you, Dr. Duran.
Thank you very much, Ms. Talento. Dr. Cannon?
Yes, thank you, Ms. O'Grady. And thank you, Dr. Duran, for your report. I want to change topics and first of all, just congratulate you and staff and principals, everyone who worked hard to open up the instructional learning support facilities and our high school pilot with students coming in and getting some support in the building, as well as it looks like the ongoing success of level 1. So, the photos have looked great, and it's really good to see some activity going on in our schools. So, but I want to ask then, we get a lot of questions about, what's going to happen, how, are we going to get reporting if there are cases? So we now have students and staff, of course, in our buildings. And I know you've got the isolation rooms ready. So we know we have protocols in place if a student becomes sick. But do we have expectations for how information might be reported? Who is going to get information if, for example, there is a staff person or a student who tests positive for COVID, who's been in one of our buildings? who's going to find out about that? Will the staff in the building find out? How is that going to get reported out?
Oh, sure. I'm happy to answer that. And also, if anyone from the community is interested, at the last monitoring report, we did have a slide on that with some of the specifics. But to answer your question now, anyone who is determined to have been positive with COVID-19 that's been in one of our school buildings, once that's been brought to our attention and through the proper channels, working with public health and getting the information from the school, there is contact tracing process and procedure that's put in place. And anyone who follows and in that guidance of what has been in close contact, and we had information on what that looks like, would be the individuals notified. Not everyone in the building, for example. If you are not within close contact or didn't come into contact at all with that person, then no, everyone in the building would not be notified. It's those individuals who, through the contact tracing protocols, are identified as someone who had contact with. Those people are immediately reached out to and notified, and making sure that they're aware of where they can get tested, and obviously having to quarantine, etc.
Okay, yes, thank you. And thank you also for reminding me that we did have a slide on that. I think sometimes, questions keep coming, and, I think it's helpful to remind the community of how some of these protocols are going to be working. And then I wanted to ask also about the metrics and the decision-making framework, and especially with regard to the protocols. So there are two pieces of the puzzle that can determine what our risk factor is if we go back to more in person in January. And the virus rate, of course, is directly related to risk. But the other side of it is our set of protocols. And we have gotten better and better and have more in place. You're talking about ventilation and things like that that are going well. So again, because the community has been kind of asking how the decision about in-person hybrid is being made based on these metrics. And I think the question becomes, do we have guidance, from the CDC, from VDOE, that actually compares the two pieces of these risk factors? So like, even if we're in a high risk category, if we're really good at our protocols and have everything in place, is there guidance that talks about how those the interplay of those two pieces, or are they kind of just telling us the risk categories for each of those and letting us make a decision? So are you getting guidance on that?
Well, we have guidance on what should be put in place for mitigation of risk and how we mitigate for risk. So that's what the guidance is. Then there's the guidance on what is the risk based on what we shared here. There is no guidance per se to how you weigh those at a local level. They leave that up to localities to determine how are you prepared. Are you prepared to have all the risk mitigation strategies in place based upon the level of risk that you're at? And so that's the guidance that the Virginia Department of Health gives us, is here are some things, the CDC certainly as well, that must be and should be in place to mitigate risks. Clearly, what we've heard over and over again in that same guidance is there is no zero risk time currently and for the foreseeable future for us to have a risk-free. So then, given that we will never have a risk-free environment, what is your level of risk based on the health metrics we're seeing? And do you have the proper ability and strategies and protocol and resources in place to mitigate that level of risk where we are at? And so that's kind of the middle part where we have to look at. But no, there's not from VDOE or VDH saying what that middle looks like. That's up to localities to make that determination. What again is very clear from them is what should be put in place to try and mitigate the risk, and then what is the actual risk, if that makes sense.
Yes, it does. And just as a quick comment to follow up on that, then, I was reflecting back on the beginning of all of this, and I remember, I guess it was this summer when we were getting started preparing our protocols, and we talked about whether students were going to be required to wear masks. That was actually a question earlier on in this process.
Yes.
We've really come a long way in terms of our protocols. Again, now you're at another level of working with our ventilation systems and things like that. So I, as one board member, do want to express confidence that that piece of what we're putting in place in Arlington Public Schools is looking good. I feel really good about it. I want to share that. I want the staff to know that we're doing a good job of getting those protocols ready and in place. And what's holding us back right now is that virus rate. It's gone the wrong direction. We're going into the holidays. I'm hopeful that we can come around to January and find a way to see the virus rate turn around, maybe work with our state or the county board on some kind of additional protocols as well. But you have done a lot of work, and I want to recognize that in terms of us being ready to run our schools well once we get those kids back. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Cannon. And Dr. Duran, I have two areas I'm interested in addressing, and one is on student learning, and the other is on our operational preparedness to allow our students to come back in. First, I want to share that I think it's incredibly important that we are trying to find ways to bring back students who are not doing well and need support. And so I do appreciate the learning support opportunities for our young students, and I look forward to seeing more opportunities for our secondary students, our middle school and our high school students to also be able to go back in the building if they are having issues with the continued distance learning model. We have heard from parents who called in earlier. Some experiences were good, some experiences are not good. And because of that, I want to thank you for putting in place both a task force and also focus groups, so as well as a survey for us to have a better understanding of how this educational model is being received and responded to by our students and our families. I think that will be helpful in us trying to figure out, because we have extended the amount of time that our students can not get back in the building for hybrid learning, the ways that we can better support our families. And one of the things I keep hearing is it's impacting families in very different ways, whether it be social emotional, whether it's different other issues with sitting in front of the screen and too much screen time. Our parents, some of our parents are really struggling along with their students. And so I know that you've always said that one thing is quantitative information is important, but also qualitative information is important. And we want to support our students as much as we can. And so I appreciate you moving forward with that. And as we battle the virus rate that's going in the wrong direction, I appreciate the opportunity for us to be able to continue to move our plan forward in the right direction. And with that, I just wanted to ask you to continue to give us more information about how our students are doing. This information, you're right, it just scratches the surface, but it's hard for us to tell if we're having more issues with students who are special needs, more students, and all the different areas and factors, so that we can try to dig a little deeper. The most important thing I think that we can offer our parents at this point is an understanding of what support they can receive from us if they are really needing support, or if their students need support. And I've asked this before, but because we continue to hear from parents that things, for some, that this isn't going well for their students, what's the best course of action for them to be able to seek support directly from their teacher, their school? Can you share how they can seek support that we can offer them?
Sure. And first, I want to reiterate that, yes, we have to begin to understand better from a qualitative lens what's working and not working from our students and our teachers and our families as well. And so I'm looking forward to how we get that more qualitative information. We spent a lot of time in our monitoring reports up to this date talking a lot about operational data points that we need to be talking about to make sure, back to Dr. Cannon's question, that we are putting in place those mitigation strategies and those protocols. And I feel like we've talked a lot about that up to this point. And I feel we need to shift now to continue to focus on those, but to go deeper and to really understand and have conversations and monitoring reports and accountability ways for our community and for everyone to know how are our students doing, how are they doing well, and how are they not doing well. So that's just want to comment on that in terms of your comments. In terms of families who are having additional concerns, again, the best way is to reach out to their individual school to try and work with them on what those concerns are. And so that would be the best way, I would say, for families.
Thank you for that, Dr. Duran. And when it comes to our educational decisions as we move forward, I'm hoping that the additional time will help us be able to expedite the ability, when it is safe to bring our students back in the building, to bring students in as quickly as possible. We do know, and I believe every single person on this board, and I know that Dr. Dawn, you know that the best way to educate our students is really in person, and this is with a heavy heart that we don't have our kids in our buildings in person. But when we are able to see that it is safe to start bringing students back, I hope that we can do it in an expedited fashion in a way that is safe and in the way that our system can handle. And I would also share that the ability for us to have more students in the building now who really need that extra support, I hope will help us figure out ways that we can better serve our students once they are in the building, for those students and families who want to be there. So I'm hoping that these pilots will help us move faster to get students back in. And then on the operational support, I know that we've heard from parents who are concerned about children going back, and our staff as well, about whether we are operationally ready. On slide 30, which looks at the air handling, I thought you did a good job of explaining the what the challenges are regarding ensuring that we have the appropriate amount of air changes per hour. And you did mention for some of the locations where that may not be in place on slide 30, that we are going to be working to ensure that classrooms receive at least those 5 air changes per hour. And I just wanted to understand, what does that mean, and what does it take to have us get there?
Sure, and for that question, very detailed, good question, I'm going to ask Assistant Superintendent John Chadwick to help provide a response and the work that he and his team are doing to help us get there for those classrooms that we have identified and that we need to continue that support on. So Mr. Chadwick, can you please help provide a detailed response on that?
Thank you, Dr. Duran. I can't be that detailed because it would take all evening and we don't have the time. It is a very complicated issue, and the question you asked, Ms. O'Grady, it actually varies by school as to what we will do, because we have different systems in different schools. And actually, I was reading a report on Williamsburg today. We have 3 different systems, at least, within that one school. So what we are doing is we're going back to the schools that were not performing to the standards that we have asked for at least 5 air changes per hour. We're looking at the individual equipment in the rooms to see how they can be, the air changes can be increased, and the ventilation rates can be increased. We have worked through a couple of them, and we are making adjustments. And in every case, we have been able to increase the air changes and the fresh air into the room. There will be some restrictions on when the weather's very hot and when the weather's very cold, but in normal conditions, they will be working acceptably, at least for the room occupancies that we will see under the hybrid model. We will at some point have to face up to the fact that some schools will have to have systems added and systems improved or systems changed. But right now we are prioritizing the ones where the occupancies are lower than we need for the hybrid model. As I say, we're working through it. We will make reports available for those schools, and occupancies for the classrooms, recommended occupancies for the classrooms will be made available to the principals.
Thank you very much. I do appreciate that, and I trust that that work can be done so we are ready to move forward for January, and I hope that that's the case. And because we do have a little bit of additional time than we anticipated. So I hope that that can be completed in time and will not be a barrier. And I just want to also share that I do appreciate us looking at ways to allow our students to eat outdoors in cases when that is available and possible. I think that that is a good way to keep our students and our staff in an additional protective mode as an alternative and option when weather permits. With that, thank you very much, Dr. Duran. I want to go back around, and I am going to start with Mr. Goldstein. Mr. Goldstein.
Yeah, thank you. Found the button I needed to push here. Yeah, thank you. So I want to agree with what Monique said a few minutes ago about needing and desiring more depth of the information when we get the output from the task forces, so that we're not just scratching or promulgating, just the surface. But I do have a specific question here, and that is on slide, I think it's 14 or 15. Hang on for a second, I can tell you. Sorry, it's 16. It's 17, slide 17 from your monitoring report. So we learned a few slides earlier that there are 11 elementary schools that are using the traditional alphabet grading, and then there's 11 who are using standards-based grading. And the standards-based grading is still, I believe, widely misunderstood by the general public because the labels on the measures do not equate to an A and a B and a C and a D. So we see on slide 16 that, a good large chunk of elementary students, and these are the ones who are getting traditional grades on the report cards, big, huge chunk are passing the reading. Not exactly sure what it is. The reading achievement. But when we go to the next slide on 17, those who are in the being graded with standards-based grading shows a different story. So because, less than, looks like 50 or 60% are meeting standards for reading. Now, we can't possibly have, all of the students who are achieving really well in the 11 schools that are being graded with alphabet grades and the others in the standards-based. So could we get a little explanation on what this means, what meeting standards means, what approaching standards means? Because I think it's widely misunderstood, in the general public.
Sure, and I'm going to ask Assistant Superintendent Ms. Loft to help provide some clarity on that. Ms. Loft?
So fundamentally, the differences between the two graphs, the schools that use the traditional report card, the graphs are indicating the students' grades. And the schools that use the standards-based report cards, the graphs are indicating the rating of the standards. So standards-based grading gives more details into what students master and are still working on. So for example, on slide 17, the blue area is indicating that students have mastered that standard. So they've got full understanding and beyond of that standard. And the students in orange are approaching mastery of that standard. You might, for example, compare a mastery of a standard to a student earning an A. A's are above and beyond, showing excellent work. and the mastery of a standard is that the kid has full understanding of that particular standard. So I think that's important to distinguish the two.
So I'm confused. Are you drawing a parallel between the standards-based, the label mastery, and an A, in the traditional grading scheme?
Yeah, I was sort of internally cringing as I was using that example because I'm
Yeah,
not
externally cringing.
So thank you for leading me to that. I would say that the underlying philosophy of standards-based grading is that students, that there are core proficient competencies that in skills and in knowledge that students need to fully grasp. And students have significant time to approach and then to meet those standards. So you might compare a traditional unit that often might take 2 or 3 weeks, and kids have that amount of time to evidence their proficiency with that competency, and then we're moving on. As opposed to in a standards-based grading situation, students have unlimited time to be able to demonstrate their full grasp of that standard. So what you're seeing now is a reflection in the first quarter of these core competencies. How many of our kids are evidencing mastery? We're going to continue to spiral through these core competencies as we continue into the second quarter, so that if we were looking at these graphs at the second quarter, we would expect a higher number of kids who have demonstrated mastery of those standards. When you looked at the traditional grades graphs, you're seeing a snapshot in time of the number of kids who got A's on what was presented to them. And that if we looked in the second quarter, we might be looking at a whole different grades on particular units. Does that help?
Starts to help, yeah. Okay, so without belaboring this more, I'm wondering if I could get a listing of the 11 and the 11, the ones who are using standards-based grading, the ones who aren't. And I hear from all quarters that there's a lot of confusion about this, because I think you did a good job saying that mastery looks at a broader foundation, and a letter grade reflects the grading instruments, the number of quizzes, the number of homework assignments, tests, etc. Which are really two different measures of achievement. So is there a place that I can learn more about this? I can direct parents who are confused to learn more about this. Is there something on our website that kind of has this in more detail, explanation in more detail?
Sure. So certainly, the schools, the 11 schools that are engaged in standards-based grading have significant information on their websites. And teachers are regularly engaging with parents on how to understand this. I should add that Campbell and Montessori Public School of Arlington, while they don't use standards-based grading, their grading philosophies and systems are very similar to standards-based grading. So I would say 11 true standards-based grading, and then plus 2 more that have a similar philosophy. For parents whose students attend a traditional grading school, we can certainly direct them to information that's published on the website, and I can get that information to you at a later time.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Goldstein, and I totally understand your the desire, and I appreciate the question about trying to explain kind of the meaning of each of the standards based grading. And I just wanted to say, when we compare it to the other traditional elementary report cards, just so people understand, we're looking at making expected progress or not making expected progress. So I just didn't want people to be confused and compare the difference in the grades because the grades were for the older students. With that, I want to move on to Ms. Van Dorn. Ms. Van Dorn.
Thank you, Ms. O'Grady. And I'm going to say something and then I'm going to ask a question. The first thing I'm going to say is thank you, Ms. O'Grady, for asking the question that I think is the most important, and that is, how do parents, if they need help, what do they do? And I think I'm going to say this because I try to say this every meeting. The first person to talk to is the teacher of each child. The next person to talk to is the principal. And then to ask for the central office experts or expertise to be brought in if a solution can't be found. So I really encourage parents to do that, and for staff members, if you need help, to please do the same. And then share that with this task force that Dr. Duran and the staff are putting together. But we're all just going to continue to have to work together on this and figure out how best to solve all the problems that we keep running into. None of this is anything we would have chosen to do, and we're in very difficult situations. I know all of us are fielding phone calls on a regular basis with situations that we hadn't imagined and problems that we want to solve but may not have an immediate solution. So I just ask you all to keep slogging forward. Please talk to your teachers, and teachers, please talk to your principals with your families to try to find solutions for families. And if Dr. Duran, if you have a different way people should be handling it, please correct me. That is the proper mode of addressing problems, right?
That is correct, Ms. Van Dorn.
Okay, so here's my question. We got an email today to the board, and you got it as well. And there were parents last night at the FAC meeting who were discussing air quality. And I think that this is an area where we have a disconnect between what we're doing internally and what parents are asking for and doing their own research. So I really have to ask that we somehow try to bring this together. We're going down a path of buying equipment that the families are questioning our choice. I can't answer those questions, but I do know that we have great family, great experts in our community. And I'm not saying that we necessarily need to do exactly what those experts say, but I think to come together and have an understanding so that we can assure our families that we are doing the best we possibly can with air quality would be an excellent step to take. And I just really encourage you to do that. Perhaps the Facilities Advisory Committee needs a standing sort of environmental quality committee that can bring some of those community experts together to work with staff and to help validate what we're doing, because I think people are very nervous about air quality. And I know it's always been, an issue for me with 4 children with asthma. I was always on top of that issue. And I know that there are always improvements we could make, but I would like us to take that seriously. I would like us to address the concerns the community are raising and to bring some consensus or understanding. I'm not saying that we have to all agree, but at least there should be an understanding of the path we took. And that for me, it's not enough just to say X, Y, or Z advised it. If we have members of our community or experts who are saying, could you please take a look at that? We're not sure that's the right thing. I really would like us to have that conversation and welcome their expertise and talk it through. So I'm addressing that to you, to Dr. Duran. I would really request that happen.
Thank you, Ms. Van Dorn. And I'll see if Mr. Chadwick would like to also comment. And I know he had been presented a lot of this to the FAC, I believe it was just yesterday, but we certainly want to engage with and have that clarity. I was referring to in my presentation the bipolar ionization units for the isolation room, which was recommended through the guidance of VDOE that we did have those for our isolation rooms. Then on the presentation tonight, we talked about how we might look to expand some more opportunities to our classrooms, and that's where we're beginning to look and research. And Mr. Chadwick, if you'd like to add some more about that, that'd be great. Thank you.
Yes, I would. We received some information today which was extremely helpful from a parent. And as a result of that, I have scheduled a meeting with my team tomorrow to go into that. And the authorities that were quoted were authorities that I would trust. And so we are going to look into that very closely, and we will take more advice and reach out. So yes, we are taking that very seriously. This is all new to us. And I think one of the really good things that is going to come out of COVID is that we are all paying a whole lot more attention to air quality than we were before, and making sure that our systems aren't just running, that they're running as they were designed to, not just running. So we hear you, and we agree with you, Ms. Van Dorn.
Mr. Chadwick, thank you. And Dr. Duran, thank you. Our families just want to work with us because they want to help us get where we want to go, which is where they want to go, which is to have a safe environment for our kids to go back to school. And I believe that, as Mr. Chadwick just said, this is something we've needed to do for some time, and I'm hoping that this is one of those improvements that we embrace going forward. But I would hope that the conversation can be had with these community members so they can be supportive of your efforts going forward and help reassure other families that, yes, there was a robust conversation and this was the result. That, to me, would be the best case scenario. So thank you very much for doing that.
I may add one more thing about air quality. What we're also learning, and have known for a little while, also from work done by the Harvard T.H. Chan School of Public Health, is that the air quality does not just affect the student's health, it affects cognition. And the less CO2 there is in the air, and other things in the air, but mostly CO2, the more they will actually absorb from their school day. So it works from two ways that are fundamental to what we do as a school division.
Thank you. Mr. Chadwick, thank you very much. And Dr. Duran, thank you. I think this can be a great partnership and take advantage of some expertise in our community. So thank you very much for embracing that and talking to people.
Thank you, Ms. Van Dorn. Ms. Talento.
Thank you, Chair O'Grady. Actually, Ms. Van Dorn asked the question I was going to ask. So, but I will let clarity on one other piece. So I'm very grateful again, as Ms. Van Dorn has shared, that we're going to look into the concerns we received today and engage in that conversation. But I would like to understand a little bit, because it was mentioned twice in our discussion this evening. It says staff is investigating availability, cost, and effectiveness of deploying larger units. And so whether we use these bipolar ionization units or other units or anything like that, can you tell us a little bit about, if you choose to move forward in investing in something for air quality, how will that come to us as a board for in the budget, or would it increase our PPE safety health line item? How are you looking at that?
Yes, it would. That would fall under the cost line, where health, safety, and PE, and the financial, so that would fall into that line, and that's where we would include that in our future monitoring reports, and that would mean that line item might grow, which is why I said earlier, these costs are constantly changing.
No, that's great. I just want to provide clarity for everyone. So, because I think some people were assuming, I know we had gotten some emails on the costs as well. Some people were assuming that we're moving in this direction. Right now, we're investigating to see, one, if it's going to be effective. And considering the information we received, as Ms. Van Dorn pointed out, from community members who are experts on bipolar ionization units, maybe those are not the units we go with, or maybe we're doing more research, however it is. But we have not determined if we're moving in this direction yet, because we're exploring and trying to understand the effectiveness. And if we find something that is effective and meets the needs that we have, it will then be added to our current budget that we are getting updates on, and we would see it under the line of the PPE safety health, which would increase our deficit, but that's how we would.
Yes, with one just clarification to make sure that in the isolation rooms we have already, but for the traditional classrooms is what we're exploring.
Right. And in the isolation rooms, that is directly tied with VDOE guidance on how to reopen schools. Yeah, I remember reading that. So, okay, great. Thank you. So, I do have one comment and one additional question. So first, I do want to thank you for reconsidering the athletics decision that you had brought to us the last board meeting. I do appreciate that. And I would just ask that as we continue to move forward in that direction, assuming that the governor continues to support that direction, that we, as a former band mom, I know some people don't understand the breadth and depth of the variety of band and music, but the drum line and some other percussion instruments don't require any airflow. So we have had drum lines in all of our high schools. There have been drumline competitions. I'm not sure what the season is, but it actually may be around now because I remember them performing at our winter concerts, which I'm going to miss so much this year. And we used to have a jazz fest, which was phenomenal. So I know sometimes we look as band and chorus as these things that are focused on one, but we do actually have drum lines in our high schools. I don't know where our music teachers are, but to just explore if there's some things like that we can also allow our students to do in the small cohorts like athletics that aren't long-term, like athletics that, align with the instruction and the work that we're doing. So I want to provide that for your consideration. And then the question I have, and this also actually may be a comment, Chair O'Grady, is when I was looking at the budget slides again, I noted, and I think you have made this change prior to, and I just caught it this time because you review it over and over, and then every time you see something different. So it's on slide 34. Under local revenue, we have extended day revenue loss through June 2021. And I was very grateful when that first came through to see it. But what sometimes I think I take for granted as a school board member is that I'm aware of a lot of information. And for community members who may be joining us now, and were not part of our discussions in June, July, August, and September, where we were addressing the needs of extended day staff and the budget and the implications, they may not be aware that that is significant. That revenue loss is significant, not because we're necessarily losing revenue, but it's that revenue that pays for our extended day staff. So I just wonder if we could add something, whether it's an asterisk to that, or whether we say extended day revenue loss through June 2020, which pays for our extended day staff, so that as more community members get involved, they understand that that revenue line is keeping staff from being furloughed and laid off. And it's not just an additional operational revenue that we use in our operating funds, it's actual people. So it's just something small that as we move forward, I think would be really helpful for parents who are newly engaged to understand that our extended day is a self-funded piece, it's childcare, and we don't have that conversation at every time. So I just wanted to make that comment because I noted that we're not talking about extended day staff. We only note food service staff paid through first quarter on slide 35. And we know right now our food service is operating, that we have the federal food and nutrition program supporting that part of our.
Yeah, that line is really connected to the extended day staff being repurposed to assist
Right.
in other ways as a result. So
Exactly.
if you're asking, I guess, to put on that line in parentheses, repurpose extended day staff or something of that
Just
nature?
something that notes, even an asterisk, something that notes that this revenue loss is directly correlated with with repurposing our staff.
Okay.
And paying our staff. And it could be an asterisk. And I'm one board member, so maybe other board members think, I'm going a little bit too deep in the weeds, but my goal is to allow I don't think our community members have ever been engaged in our budget or in some of these things as they are right now. So as we're educating them on how we run our system, I think here are some important ways where we could help them to understand. Because to me, that's significant. To me, I so appreciated seeing that because we are committing through June 2021 to repurpose our extended day staff if we don't go back to an extended day revenue flow. And that's, I think, very significant on our support.
We can certainly add an asterisk just for clarification. Yeah. I mean, the point of this is to provide clarity to the community, what our costs are, what our savings are. So if that helps to provide more clarity, we can certainly provide an asterisk to say
just
that.
a thought for consideration. And that's all I have, Ms. O'Grady. Thank you, Dr. Duran.
Thank you very much, and I'm going to recognize myself because I think Dr. Cannon has asked all of her questions, and I'm going to just move on from Ms. Talento's comment about extended day, and we are honoring our support staff, and they are part of our support staff. I had a parent just ask me just the other day, what are our extended day staff doing during this time frame? So can you explain what they're doing, Dr. Duran?
Yes. So we have extended day staff who are integral in helping us with level 1. We have some that are 100% making sure that we have the in-person learning supports that have now started to occur that we indicated at our elementary 3 sites. And then we have others who are being repurposed for other instructional supports or operational supports as it relates to our current distance learning. So that's, as we move to level 2, they will play a very important part of that as well to provide support and assistance with teachers and making sure for supervision and for assisting with screening students come into the building or get on the bus. So a variety of things, but currently they are working in level 1 supporting instructional supports as well as some of the distance learning options.
Thank you very much. Just I think people are trying to understand how they're supporting us as we continue to move forward to educate our kids. And then I wanted to just move quickly to social and emotional support for our students, because we heard some of our parents talk about the need for additional social and emotional support, and wanted to have a better understanding and for parents to understand if they're having issues with their children being able to cope with distance learning in terms of just their mental health, what supports we do offer, and also wanted to ask, are there ways for our children and maybe our students, our younger students, having the opportunity to have experiences kind of in like a virtual recess? Do they have the chance and opportunity to be able to relate with one another outside of the educational setting so that they can create some of those bonds that they're looking for that may be able to help them socially, emotionally?
I'm going to ask Assistant Superintendent Ms. Loft to provide a little overview of some of the things that we are doing for social emotional learning. But again, I want to reiterate, part of the focus groups is to understand what is working, what is not working, what are areas we need to do more of in that aspect, and then also certainly as we think long term, because we are providing some areas that Ms. Loft will highlight, but I do think we need to continue to find ways to do more in that area. It's a area that is greatly affecting our students and our staff. Your question was about students in this time of isolation, of not being with peers, of being at home over and over again, and not being able to get out and partake in extracurricular activities the way they had, or just be in a school environment. So we know it's taking a huge effect on our students. And so we hope to dig deeper in that and see what more we can do. But Ms. Loft, if you could highlight some of the things that are currently happening. Thank you.
Sure. So to speak to the second part of your question about what opportunities do we have for particularly our younger kids to be able to socialize with each other, certainly I know that several schools have lunch bunches, virtual lunch bunches available where students can kind of gather and eat lunch digitally with one another, so they have a chance to communicate with each other. They're also doing that for breakfast. Our morning meetings are also an opportunity really to build community. And so while that is built into the school day, it's a less structured opportunity for kids to learn about one another, to ask questions of one another, and to be practicing some of those soft skills of listening and sharing with one another. As far as the social emotional supports that are available for our students, all of our kids participate in counseling lessons that are developmentally appropriate to them throughout their distance learning experience. They also have access to their counselors, and I know that in particular at our middle and at our high school levels, the counselors have been really actively engaged with students and on alert to be proactive and recognize when students need additional support and intervene at that when that is needed. That of course is happening at the elementary level as well. I was highlighting the secondary level because each of our counselors has a caseload that they have built relationships with these students that they loop with from year to year. year as well. So we do also have our mental health professionals, our social workers, and our psychologists who are on hand, as well as our substance abuse counselors who are serving as sort of that social emotional backbone, if you will, for our students as well.
Thank you very much, Ms. Loft. I appreciate that. I just want to ensure that our families know if they are having, or if they're in crisis, they've reached their breaking point, which we've heard some people say, that we do have those supports in place. And I hope they understand how to access those supports if they need them for their child or their families. And the other thing, Dr. Duran, I would just say is that when my children were younger and I used extended day, the extended day staff is incredible about being able to really engage students and help them really enjoy their experience after the educational day is over. And if there's a way, while we are continuing to keep our extended day staff on, working with us, for them to be able to enhance students, creating an experience that gives them a chance to just have a mental health break and be able to socially connect with other students. I think that would be a great use of, I think, what they're experts at. And so if there's a way that we can utilize them to help while we're hitting this kind of, a wall for some students when it comes to virtual learning, I think that can be helpful for us getting through the continued period of virtual learning for some students, maybe not all, but something to think about. And hopefully this is just an idea from one board member, but I do recognize the vital role that they play for some students who have to spend time either earlier before the school day or after the school day in our school buildings, and they could potentially be helpful with what we're hearing from some of our parents. Thank you very much, Dr. Duran.
Thank you.
I believe that we've reached the end of our need to ask about a monitoring item today, and we want to definitely thank the staff and you for all of the hard work that you're doing to help us continue to educate our students in these unprecedented times. Now we have, we're going to move on to our information items, and we have 4 information items tonight. First is the Barcroft Elementary School calendar alignment. Dr. Duran.
Yes, and for this item, Assistant Superintendent Catherine Ashby, Assistant Superintendent Bridget Loft, as well as Executive Director Lisa Stengel will be presenting this together. But to start, I will turn it over to Catherine Ashby, who will begin.
Thank you, Dr. Duran. Good evening, everyone. I'm here to present the superintendent's proposal to align the Barcroft Elementary School calendar with the school calendar of all other APS elementary schools, beginning with the 2021-22 school year. For context, Barcroft is the only elementary school at APS that currently follows a modified school year calendar, and this modified school year calendar basically reorganizes the school year to provide continuous learning by dividing the summer vacation into shorter, more frequent breaks. Next slide, please. So tonight I'm going to be joined by Ms. Stengel and Ms. Loft, and we're going to review the background regarding the Barcroft Modified School Year Calendar and its goals, outline the findings of a study that was conducted by APS, and the rationale for aligning the Barcroft calendar with the traditional APS calendar. I will review the community engagement and input on the proposal, and then we will make the superintendent's recommendations and overview of next steps. Next slide. And I will turn to Ms. Stengel to provide an overview.
Thank you, Catherine. So over the last couple of years, one of the recommendations during the budget process was to adjust the Barcroft modified calendar back to the regular APS calendar. When that recommendation has come, it was not accompanied by outcome information. So planning and evaluation had staff take a look at the original goals and look at the outcomes. So we went back and we found the information that was submitted to the school board in September of 2002. And the goals that it designed for the program were to increase student achievement through that extended learning period that Catherine described, with a shorter summer vacation and minimizing the learning loss, and then specialized learning programs that take place during those intersessions, the 3 intersessions during that period. One of the interesting parts was in the recommendation, it said when the calendar was proposed, the superintendent noted that the calendar change would not incur an additional cost. Next slide, please. So let me give you a little bit of background, and then I'll ask Bridget to help. So we did conduct an evaluation, and we really looked at those goals. We looked at the outcomes for students, and we looked at the costs. And we analyzed data from our SOLs and other data that we use to look at student academic achievement, as well as finance data. So Ms. Luft will talk about the outcomes.
Sure. So the first thing to point out is that there really hasn't been any evidence that the modified school year calendar achieved the goals of increasing student achievement or to minimize the learning loss. The year-round calendar is really evidence to have had a neutral effect based on comparing Barcroft with the other APS Title I schools. That there hasn't been significant difference in student performances, for example, with our English learners assessed to be proficient or making progress on the WIDA access test in 2017 and 2019, excuse me, 2019, nor was there significant difference in the reading, math, or science SOL passing rates from 2015 to 2019. Ms. Stengel?
So as we looked at costs for the modified school year calendar, we found they were significant. And I would note that we found this in the report. And then later on, as we sort of had this conversation with different groups, we found additional costs that were not accounted for. So when you look at straight lines from the budget, Barcroft has the highest per pupil costs of the schools at more than $17,000 per student. And this was based on the FY 2020 budget. And when you multiply that across the number of students, it was almost 700,000 students to, just based on what we allocate towards a school. It was a higher per pupil cost than the next highest school, which was Barrett. We also had Hanover Research, who we used to do some looks at other school systems for us, look at our neighboring jurisdictions to see if there was any information that was useful that might help us think through this calendar issue. And they noted that the year-round calendar may increase district operating costs. One of the things that I thought was interesting, they did say that, you get efficiencies when you have lots of schools on the same calendar. And this is the only school on that calendar in APS, so it does present a challenge. We also found at the same time another district in Virginia, I believe was in Virginia, and this was not in the study, but moved all of its schools to that calendar. Again, it's an efficiency thing as you move all schools to a similar calendar. Next slide, please. When we shared this information with our leadership team, we actually heard a lot of stories about additional costs that are not called out in the budget. So like the community, we did not we looked at existing reports as we pulled together this quick study with some basic information that responded to the goals. We did not reach out to departments to identify additional costs in the study, as we did not reach out to the community to find out more. But as we began to have conversations, a lot of additional costs were identified. So the human resource costs were pretty significant. And what we heard was, because of the different calendar, Barcroft is not able to share staff. Many times if a school has a PE teacher that cannot be, full-time at one school, they may have a 0.4 allocation. They were shared with another neighboring school where they can supplement and sort of fill out that their position and be a full-time APS teacher. Well, at Barcroft, HR has to actually pay for those teachers to be full-time at the school. And so there's an extra cost there that is not in our budget. There are extra E-days for special education services like speech, psychological, and educational testing, again, because those teachers are not on the same calendar. There appeared to be significant costs in customizing Synergy, because Synergy is not meant to have two different calendars within this system, additional setups, and really sort of removing access from other schools and families to get to that information. And then additional staff time for grading and report cards, again, because they're on another calendar and because of the complexity with state and federal reporting. So a lot of that, we hire programmers to help with those adjustments that are different from the normal systems. And facilities and operations raise cost about the additional transportation and the contracts for bus drivers, and really using that building and the support. One of the things that I thought was interesting is we heard was, families typically get letters in August as we prepare for school to open. Well, Barcroft misses out on all of those things that are system-wide support. So again, as we looked at system of schools, they really stood out. And I'll let Bridget fill out on the instructional pieces.
Lisa's talked about the financial costs to the modified school year. There's a lot of sort of learning costs that are associated with the modified school year as well. And some of those costs are impacting the Barcroft teachers and administrators who weren't able to participate in a lot of district-wide professional learning opportunities scheduled during the traditional calendars breaks. And they're still required to know this information, but they have to often find professional learning opportunities on their own as opposed to being able to participate in those that were provided by APS. They also miss out on the collaboration opportunities with their peers at other schools. We talk a lot about collaborative learning teams within schools. There's a great value to be able to learn from your peers at other schools, and Barcroft teachers have less of an opportunity to do that when they are not on the same calendar as the rest of their colleagues. Barcroft students were not able to attend a full summer school experience because the Barcroft school year started on August 1st, and the summer school often overlapped with that. Syncing student access to particular digital resources such as Dreambox or RazKids or Power Schools became problematic because that rollover happens for the rest of the school population in mid-August, and Barcroft students begin their school year at the beginning of August. And so often they had to wait to be able to have that sync occur before that they could use those resources. There are separate pacing guides, and that is a cost, both financial and as far as time spent by instructional staff in developing those the pacing guides for Barcroft, and then developing the pacing guides for the rest of the school year. And then Ms. Stengel also referenced the E-days that are additional days that are paid to our special education related services staff to be able to provide extended school year support for Barcroft students who are not as readily available over the summer. So I'll pass the baton, I believe, over to Ms. Ashby.
Thank you. With that, I want to review on the next slide, please. Our community engagement process, and that provided a little bit of background, and then we set out in late September of this year to engage the community, including staff and families at Barcroft, with the following goals: to inform them of the proposal to follow the APS traditional calendar, transitioning from the modified school year calendar, to seek input from the community on the benefits of the modified school year calendar beyond what we found in the study and the proposed alignment, and then to gather feedback from Barcroft staff and families regarding supports that they may need to help them through a calendar transition and additional considerations to support the school community should Barcroft move to a traditional calendar. Next slide, please. This slide outlines the community engagement steps and process. So beginning on September 21st, we held an initial meeting with Barcroft staff to inform them of the proposal to shift the calendar and to explain, much like we did this evening, the rationale for that. Followed by the first PTA meeting of the year, we joined the Barcroft PTA to present in English with Spanish interpretation the proposal and to outline the engagement process. We launched the Engage webpage on the 23rd of September and issued a school talk message to the Barcroft community in English and Spanish to outline the process. And within that, we launched a questionnaire asking a few questions, which I'll walk through to solicit feedback. That questionnaire ran for 3 weeks from September 24th to October 15th. Then you can see some of the other steps in our process here on the slide. We had planned to hold several open office hours. We ended up participating in one open office hours session on September 29th. So it's primarily due to the many things that the community had to discuss during this time with the selection process for families and the return to school planning and distance learning, et cetera. So we participated in one of those and then arranged a separate community forum specifically in Spanish to present all the information in Spanish and had English interpretation. And that was with many members of the executive leadership team, including the superintendent, on October 23rd. And then, of course, we're presenting tonight. And I will move on to the next slide. So this just gives a snapshot of the questionnaire. We did receive 72 completed responses in the 3-week period that the survey was open. Like I said, it was available to be taken in multiple languages. You can see the breakdown. I just do want to add that 83% of the responses were in English, 11% in Spanish, and 6% in Arabic. We did not receive any responses in Mongolian or Amharic. Next slide. This just provides a quick breakdown of the grade levels of the responses. Next slide, please. We asked as the first question, what about the current modified school year calendar best serves students and families, to beyond the study that was conducted by Planning and Evaluation and APS, just to hear directly from families and staff. The most repeated responses, and we did post the full range of responses on the Engage page, less concerns over childcare, so there are fewer weeks of childcare needed due to shorter summer breaks. More flexibility for families. Students experience new learning opportunities during intersessions, and learning retention increased throughout the year due to the shorter breaks. Next slide. We also asked what supports might students, parents, guardians, or staff at Barcroft need to transition successfully to a traditional school year calendar. The most repeated responses were more summer school programs at Barcroft, so things to replace the intersessions and other opportunities that have been afforded to Barcroft students, more options for economically disadvantaged students, and other options to boost student achievement. Next slide. Oh, sorry. I did want to add that another response that we received from the community was around a desire for some investment in an exemplary project or some sort of STEM, math, or science programs. And another key response was around childcare support that would be needed for this transition. In community meetings and through engaged feedback, beyond the questionnaire, we received a lot of concerns regarding the shift in our approach and the community engagement process compared to the stated process that was outlined in the spring when Barcroft transitioned to the traditional calendar for this year due to the pandemic. So we did shift our approach in proposing the calendar change. There were also concerns expressed around the timing of the proposed calendar change, given the pandemic and the many other changes in progress due to the return to school family selection process. And then just the overall, in the questionnaire and in feedback that I received, while some agreed with shifting the calendar, they just felt that the shift in the approach and the time frame found that problematic. On the final slide, if you can move forward, please. The superintendent proposes to align the Barcroft school year calendar with the calendar of all APS elementary schools for the reasons that we walked through beginning in the 2021-22 school year. And I know Mr. Redding is going to walk through that proposed calendar after this. Due to the lack of evidence that maintaining a separate calendar, which does have costs, has achieved the stated goals that were initially set to increase student achievement. Budget constraints and the situation that we find ourselves in and the need to reduce division-wide operational costs and find efficiencies everywhere that we can. Long-term planning considerations and the need to adopt consistent county-wide practices across schools to the extent possible. APS commits to work with the Barcroft staff and families to provide support in the transition for childcare, for access to summer programs, and other instructional supports to increase student achievement. And I believe that is the final slide, and we will take questions.
Thank you, Ms. Ashby, Ms. Loft, and Ms. Dingle, and Chair Grady. Now we'll turn over questions and as we bring this forward for information item today and action on the 3rd of December.
Thank you very much, Dr. Duran. With that, I'd like to turn to my colleague, Ms. Van Dorn. Ms. Van Dorn, questions or comments?
Hi, thank you very much for the presentation. I just want to, and I think you all know this, I think that this was very, very jarring for the families who were expecting to be able to have a conversation, and basically they felt prior to this fall that they were going to have an opportunity to really weigh in on this. And there are many people who they really love this schedule. So I know it's very jarring for them, and we've heard from them. So I know that for me, I knew where you all were going, and that you really felt this was the right decision for all the reasons you've explained. And I would always prefer to be very direct and upfront with the community if we've made a decision, and the staff had, and you've put that forward. So I just can only ask that you continue to work as hard as possible with the community, because we've broken some trust here, because we've been saying up to this point that it was going to be a discussion and everybody was going to weigh in and we were going to decide, and we decided really without their input. So here we are, and I just can only ask now that you had on the slide a discussion of the benefits. Well, maybe we also need to hear what isn't going to work anymore for families, so that we can try to address that and try to find the best way forward, knowing that we're going to have to rebuild some trust now with this community. So I just ask that you really work and I know you will, and that the staff at the school work very, very hard to figure out, is there some way to address the broken trust, and then also what we need to put into place to address the problems that may be created as we make this change, and what we can do to make things better. So I don't know if there's an answer to that. I want to acknowledge it, because I think those are facts, and I think we're doing really, really well this year at acknowledging when there's a problem, and that we're going to need to address it, and that we may not be able to fix it, but we're putting it on the table. So thank you for doing that.
Thank you, Ms. Van Dorn, and absolutely we have to continue to work with that community, certainly to our commitment to support them through this transition, and thank you for stating so eloquently what we know is true in terms of the concern from the community and how we can move forward with this decision. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Duran. Ms. Talento.
Thank you, Chair O'Grady. I just want to I appreciate what Ms. Van Dorn said. I don't think that I could have said it better. I did want to, in my opportunity, to acknowledge the feedback that we had heard from the community, the frustration that we had shared, we were engaged in last spring, the turn of events that has led to a decision moving forward. It is a difficult time to be making decisions and changing a course of action, and I wish that I could, say something to justify or right that wrong that is felt by the community. I do believe this is a good decision. I appreciate the work that staff has done. I have heard the community and the points of debate in comparison to what the staff has presented us, and I acknowledge and consider those in what I will be deciding when we act on this. So I just wanted to share with the community that I heard you and I hear you, and I appreciate Barcroft parents and family members advocating. I am listening to what you're saying. I appreciate the questions that you're bringing forth. I appreciate the debating the points that are being brought forth, because that is what we're supposed to do. And I am sorry that we were not able to follow through on that engagement, but I do believe that as Ms. Van Doren stated, if we're making a decision, then we'll land there. And if we're going to engage in the community, it's to engage them in discussion before we land. And on this one, because of everything, including the pandemic, and including all of the work and the way the work changed before our very own eyes as the pandemic hit us in March, we had to adjust and make other changes as well. Many difficult decisions, and I think that this was one of those matters and issues that fell in that bucket of things that have to change based on so much of the work plan that we had put in force had to change and be redirected. And so I just want to take a moment to acknowledge the Barcroft community who's been advocating to put a stop on this, and to thank the staff for the work that they did, and also thank them for your commitment to work with Barcroft staff and families to provide support in the transition for childcare and access to summer programs and other instructional supports to increase student achievement. I appreciate that is something you highlighted in your presentation, and I look forward to seeing you do that. And so I just want to thank you for that, and thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Absolutely. Mr. Goldstein.
Yeah, thank you. So first, I want to agree with what Nancy said about the need to regain trust here in this community. And going back to, I don't know what slide it was, but one of the earlier slides on the history of this thing. And I do believe that there are additional costs, both direct and indirect, that come from, the modified school year calendar. But I have a hard time believing that Superintendent Rob Smith could believe that there would be no costs associated with a calendar change like this. So my question is, were there other actions subsequently by the school board or the superintendent or, the Department of Instruction or something that enhanced or amended the modified school year calendar that did entail more costs? We heard the initial part about the superintendent saying there'd be no more costs, but we really don't know what's happened between then and now. So is there any research on this? Do we know any actions that have been taken by past boards or superintendents or departments that, beefed up this thing to the point that it did require more costs?
I can jump in to speak about the intercessions. That was a crucial part of the modified school year plan, that when Barcroft students had breaks when other students didn't. So, for example, in October, they had I believe it was a 2-week break, that particularly at the beginning of the modified school year process or development, many of those intercessions were built to help promote student achievement. So working on skill building and additional sort of conceptual attainments. And that did cost a good deal in both hiring of instructors and developing curricula for those practice sessions that were held during the intersessions. So that's one example of the additional costs that were incurred.
And those, what you just cited, those were done more recently?
So certainly they've been, I'm sorry, they've been a hallmark of the intercessions at Barcroft. When you had asked sort of historically what were some of the costs that were incurred, the ramping up of these intercessions and then the maintaining of them as they focused on additional skill attainment and concept attainment was a cost that had been noted.
Right, understood. Just wondering if that came later than, when Rob Smith said, oh, there'll be no more, additional costs by making this calendar change. But it doesn't sound like we actually know, if there was some point in history where things did change to enhance the instructional achievement the way you just pointed out. Let me ask another question. So on slide 4. Is that up? I don't see it. Is slide 4 coming up? There we go. Okay, thanks. The lower section, costs to maintain, that second bullet, total cost per pupil, seems like it needs something, that bullet. Maybe it needs a dollar figure in there. Total cost per pupil for Barcroft is $1,000 higher than that of the next highest school, because at the moment it's just a truism that the higher is higher than the next highest.
I see what you mean. We need a percentage
Or something.
Percentage point higher. Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't have that right now, but I could follow up with that.
So actually I went back to the budget and looked to see what the costs were, and I got different numbers than what are on this slide for the FY20 costs. And so maybe you want to check that. Barcroft was the highest, that I think we've all known, always known. But Barrett was actually the 4th highest. And again, the numbers that I found were different. So moving to, can you bring up slide 13, please? Is that 13? Yeah, the third bullet there, the timing during the pandemic. Now, we've heard a lot during the boundary process of the pandemic being the reason why we trimmed the original scope of the boundary process in order to disrupt fewer, students and families through move. And we learned last week that the current superintendent's recommendation is moves of about 800 plus students. Well, this calendar change affects more than half of that number. So I'm really wondering why the pandemic's used as an, as an excuse to do a more modified, reduced boundary change, but it, doesn't seem to have an effect on the disruption that's going to occur here in this, with the Barcroft families. So if there's a response to that, I'd like to hear it.
I would add that that direction really came to us from the school board. Staff's recommendation did not have a scaled back approach.
Well, I also think
boundary change.
I think also in this change here for the Barcroft, we are looking at how we are aligning this to all the other schools in the division so that we can provide more system division-wide supports in the pandemic. That was a concern that was provided as feedback from the community as their perspective on, making this change now. But as you saw and you heard from Ms. Loft's comments and particularly hers, but some others, that by providing Barcroft as a part of a division-wide calendar, we are able to, and as in my former presentation on monitoring report, we are going to need to provide some summer interventions, some supports for students. Having Barcroft a part of that as a result of the pandemic will really help benefit them academically.
Which is a great segue into my next question.
Mr. Goldstein, I believe that you've had an extra question or two already, so I'm going to go ahead and answer
I have a question.
I'm sorry?
Please come back to me.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, and that's what I was going to say. I will come back to you. I am going to recognize myself as I believe Dr. Cannon doesn't have any questions at this time. I just wanted to also be able to reiterate what some of my colleagues have said, that this is a tough pill to swallow for our Barcroft families. I understand personally what it's like to believe in and kind of be forward thinking and be part of a model that's different than the rest of the community to change your family schedule to do something different than other people in the community, and to believe in this and to understand how some of you feel this benefits your children, and then to have to endure a change without the ability to be able to, I would assume that you would feel the full opportunity to be able to advocate for why this works for your community. And that is valid, and it is a concern, and it is a flaw in the way that we're moving, the system is moving forward. And so I do believe that we need to work with this community, the Barcroft community, to be able to figure out how to move forward and what is the next step for this community. When I know that the Montessori program prepared to leave Drew Model School, there was a process by which the community came together and said, what is the next best thing to support the students in our school? What is the focus we want for our school? And I just want to ask our staff, how will we help this community determine what the focus is for their school that will meet the needs that they currently have, that they feel they were losing if we move forward and remove the modified calendar?
Yeah, I'll jump in on that. And I just want to say as an aside, while Mr. Goldstein was asking the question about how much was the additional cost of Barcroft above the next most costly school, and I was rifling through a report. So I did want to say I found that information, about $1,400 more per student than Barrett, which was the next most costly school. So that was an aside. But to kind of speak to an instructional focus, we really felt it was important to be able to shepherd the Barcroft community through this process first before committing to an instructional focus, because that doesn't do good service to the thinking and the reflection and the collaboration of the community to sort of dilute an instructional focus thought process with the calendar change. And so as we've shared with the community through a few stakeholder information sessions, we wanted to shepherd the calendar change process first, and then work closely with Barcroft leadership and staff and families to consider if there should be an instructional focus that will help the community, continue to, and our students to continue to grow and to thrive. Now that should Barcroft move from the modified school calendar to the traditional. So that would be our next step.
Thank you, Ms. Lofton. That's what I was anticipating you were going to say. I do think it's very important that we move forward and build the trust of the community by making them and putting them at the center of the conversations about what instructional model or what additional focus the school will have to be able to address some of the concerns they feel that they may be losing, or perhaps something just totally different that can help support the community in a way that serves the needs of their diverse student body. And I think that that's going to be important, and I think it's going to be a hard thing to do because the community wanted to be engaged on this decision, and we were unable to facilitate our original intention of moving forward to engage them in a different way on the future of the program. And I personally have heard from families who are very disappointed about this move. And I know one person wrote that the state is working to try to give financial incentives for school systems to try this as a new way to support students. And we would not be eligible for that because we've already established our program. I understand why they're offering financial incentives because, at least in our situation, it seems to be costing more. But I would really encourage the staff to not short shrift, cut short any process for discussion with the community, to figure out the next step for Barcroft, because I think we owe it to them because the process did not go the way we had initially anticipated. With that, I am going to go back to Mr. Goldstein because he has additional questions. If any other colleagues want to continue with this, please let me know. Otherwise, Mr. Goldstein will have the last word. Thank you, Mr. Goldstein.
Yeah, thank you. So I want to pick up on what Monique said about the work that needs to be done with that community, and putting myself in the shoes of a Barcroft parent to hear the message, well, we're going to change your calendar and, take away the things that you like about that calendar and the benefits. And then after we've done that, then we'll talk about, what other instructional supports or improvements or something like that could be happening. It doesn't sound like a satisfying message to me. So I would have preferred that we have a plan already in place for exactly what supports we're going to extend to that community. And with that as a backdrop, on slide 14, I'd really love to see the slide redone before you come back for the action item in a couple of weeks. If you can pull up slide 14, please. Yeah, that last bullet. There's just too many squishy words here that I would really like to see better defined so that we can look back on this in the future and say, on this date, we know that APS is going to do, this Y, do X, Y, and Z. APS commits to work with, I don't know what that means. And family to provide support. And I think that needs a much better definition, provide support. And on the bottom line, other instructional supports to increase student achievement could benefit from a lot more detail there. It's just unsatisfying to, excuse me, to hear, well, we're going to make the decision today, and then, we're just going to work with you in the future. I don't know what it means. Community doesn't know what it means. Barcroft families don't know what it means. So I would dearly love to see the slide redone before, when is this? The 3rd? Is that when it's coming for action? To have a much better idea of what these words mean.
We can certainly update the slide with more specifics. We have talked in greater detail about things that we could do for the community, specifically around summer. And so we can certainly build that slide out and put more specifics in before the next presentation.
Thank you. I think this really goes to the trust that needs to happen. And as was pointed out by one of the Barcroft families, one of the writers, there was a commitment made to them about being involved in the principal search the last time the principal turned over, and that didn't happen, even though it was a commitment made. And we've recently made a commitment about, much longer involved process to change the calendar, and that didn't happen. So I'd really love to see more specifics here than, kind of general assurances. I think I made my point. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Goldstein, and I want to thank Dr. Duran and the staff for the presentation tonight. This item will come back for action at our next board meeting on December the 3rd. Next, we have a proposal regarding the 2022 school year calendar. Dr. Duran.
Thank you, Ms. O'Grady. And we have a proposal for the 2022 school year calendar, and we also have one revision to the 2021 school year calendar as well as a part of this. And for that, I will turn it over to Assistant Superintendent Dan Redding, who will speak to both parts. The first part is something that would be voted on separately on the 3rd, and then the 2021-22 calendar will be also. So there are actually 2 action items in what we're about to present here. Mr. Redding.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Duran, and good evening, members of the school board and Arlington community. And thanks for having that presentation up. We can go ahead and go to the next slide. So I want to start off, as Dr. Duran said, by revisiting the development of the 2020-2021 calendar. As we were in the process of developing that, Inauguration Day was discussed. We were concerned about making the 180 student attendance days in that calendar. And as a result, we used Inauguration Day as a student attendance day. At that time, during the presentation of the calendar to the board, we discussed the fact that in 2009, for Inauguration Day, the board made the decision to close school on Inauguration Day, and subsequently Inauguration Day was added as a holiday in calendars moving forward. So the board does have the option to close school for students and staff on Inauguration Day. And I do want to point out that this afternoon, the Arlington County manager did share his intent to close Arlington County government on Inauguration Day. So a move such as that would parallel the actions that our colleagues in the county government are taking. Next slide, please. So given that, we're recommending that the board move to close school for students and staff on Wednesday, January 20th, 2021 for Inauguration Day. And we would recommend placing that on the consent agenda for the December 3rd meeting for action at that time, or to be adopted as part of the consent agenda. The board could choose to make it an action item during the meeting also. So moving forward into the 2021-2022 school year calendar, this presentation will outline the process we used when developing the recommendation you're receiving tonight. We'll talk about the calendar requirements and considerations. We'll look at the initial option as well as a revision that came out of stakeholder feedback through the community survey and through the calendar committee, and then taking the calendar on tour to various groups, both internal and external groups. And finally, we'll share the superintendent's recommended option. Next slide, please. So this graphic kind of walks you through the development process we underwent. This year, we developed one calendar option as our starting point, and that option, we developed just one because we didn't want to end up in a position where there might be an imbalance in what different groups favor, and then one group's preference has to be chosen over another group's preference. We wanted to create a starting point and put it out for feedback, and then adjust and modify and revise the calendar, incorporating the feedback we received from stakeholders. So that initial stab at a calendar was taken to the calendar committee in September. The committee made some recommendations and we incorporated those adjustments. And then that calendar option was sent forward on the Engage page and announced to the community through multiple communication channels. And it went on tour. We visited the County Council of PTAs and various groups within the school system, AEA, principal groups, Teachers Council on Instruction, and Collaborative Professional Strategies team. After we received feedback from those groups and from the survey, the calendar committee came together again and really talked their way through that feedback. And then the superintendent and executive leadership team took that feedback and moved ahead with a revision. That option is what you're going to see tonight as the superintendent's recommendation that we're bringing you. Next slide. So the calendar committee has members who are Arlington Public Schools school-based administrators, Arlington Education Association members. We have a representative from the Teachers Council on Instruction, 4 representatives from the County Council of PTAs, We have representation from transportation, extended day, food services disappeared from the slide, and information services. And this whole group provides feedback as we move forward in the process. Next slide. So what are the things that our calendar has to have and that we take into consideration as we develop and then revise it? Next slide. We've been working to streamline. We've had a number of calendars over the years, multiple calendars within the school system. And last year we were able to decrease to have 3 calendars. And that was the calendar that's the traditional school calendar. Historically, we had a separate calendar for Arlington Community High School and Langston High School continuation, and that's because they use that 4x4 high school block scheduling model where students complete 4 entire high school credits in a single semester. So they had to have a calendar that had equal balanced number of days in the fall and in the spring semester, or they had to run a different calendar. So last year we were able to successfully align that, and we did this year too for them. HB Woodlawn and Shriver had some different early release days in the past. Last year we were able to bring them into alignment with the exception of 1 early release day. And that early release day is different because HB Woodlawn is using that day to incorporate and implement some of their student self-governance practices, and they need it to be at a different time closer to the end of the school year. That will remain as a difference going forward this year. And then, of course, we've had the Barcroft Elementary School calendar, the modified school year calendar, and you've just heard about a proposal related to that. We also do work to incorporate the summer school calendar and consider the impact of the school year calendar on the summer school schedule. Next slide, please. Code of Virginia. We shared last year that there was a bill passed that allowed schools to open prior to Labor Day. Previously, schools had to apply for a waiver and demonstrate their hardship from inclement weather closings as a reason to get a waiver and open prior to Labor Day. Bill passed by the General Assembly removed that provision, and schools are now allowed to open up to 2 weeks before Labor Day. Students need to have 180 instructional days or 990 hours of instruction over the course of that school year. Teacher work days. The Teach Standard Form contract in Virginia is a 200-day contract. APS historically has required teachers to report 194 of those days, and 6 of those days were considered as teachers work substantially past their 7.5-hour day and do work additional days in order to effectively plan instruction and hone their craft. So those other 6 days were always provided as an acknowledgement that effective teachers are often working beyond the 7.5-hour day. For the school year we're in right now, fiscal year 2021 school year, we had 191 reporting days for teachers, and we implemented something new that came out of a proposal from the Arlington Education Association originally, and we used that as a starting point to develop what we called floating days. And one of those floating days was for compliance training, and those are all the mandated trainings that all employees have to do every year. One of my favorites is called Slips, Trips, and Falls, and it's about workplace safety and how to keep yourself from workplace injuries. But it also expanded this year to include training related to COVID safety procedures. And we also added a training on phishing and internet safety and security, given the elaborate nature of some of the phishing emails that employees in all organizations are getting now. So an effort to work to mitigate potential data breaches. So that was a day that teachers were paid for, but they could take at any time that worked in their schedule. to complete these online trainings and get certified that they had completed them. 2 days of those floating days were for professional learning, and the Department of Teaching and Learning and the Office of Professional Learning put forward a menu of choices that teachers could engage in, as well as find options of personal interest to them that they felt this is an area I need to grow in. Of particular importance is training related to the DOJ's settlement agreement and working with our English learners. There are requirements for secondary content area teachers, and so the floating days support teachers and provide them with time within their paid time to complete that mandate, so that APS is satisfying our settlement agreement, but teachers are also building skills that enhance the achievement of our English learners. Finally, there's some recognized school board holidays that are outlined in a policy implementation procedure, and additional holidays are proposed in the calendar. In the past, the calendar committee would meet and different stakeholders would propose, why don't we think about recognizing some other holidays this year? But we already had models developed, and putting other holidays in would mean rolling back the start of the school year earlier or adding days on to the end of the school year. So this year, that calendar option that we started with was designed with the intent to recognize those holidays from the beginning. And that allowed us to really build that calendar very thoughtfully and roll it out. And then as we got feedback from stakeholders in the process, we adapted the calendar to be responsive to that feedback. Go ahead to the next slide, please. We give a lot of consideration to our neighbors, especially as it comes to winter break and spring break. Given that 52% of our staff do not live in Arlington County, it is important that there be a good amount of alignment, because if those staff have school-age children and those schools are out of session for winter break, but we're in session, then that is a hardship for our staff. They may need to take leave, and then we're addressing substitute shortages, and it results in ineffective or less than optimal instruction for our students. So we want to align to the extent possible with our neighbors, because it's supportive of our staff, and it also does have an impact on some interscholastic competitions, sports and academic competitions. The House of Delegates, and actually the legislature, has passed a bill requiring public schools to treat Election Day as a student holiday. It looks like there's a little version control issue, because that says that may return. I do believe that did pass. We have Election Day as a teacher grade prep day and a no school day for students. And that is because many of our schools are used as polling places. So by having our students not in school and our staff able to telework, it really prevents potential security issues with the volume of community members that are entering the school to vote at that time. Next slide, please. So this gives you a summary of where our neighbors are at this point. Right now, I was unable at my last search to find a draft calendar for Alexandria or for Falls Church. Fairfax and Loudoun are in the draft stage, and their boards are considering and working with staff around those drafts. And Prince William County has passed their calendar. They adopted it. I believe it was right at the end of October. Our neighboring jurisdictions that have proposed a calendar have proposed a 2-week winter break. Their spring breaks are April 11th through April 15th. All the divisions, the 3 that have a draft calendar, have October 11th, which is Columbus Day, and in this calendar we're proposing naming it Indigenous Peoples Day. All those divisions are engaging their staff in professional learning, and it's a no attendance day for students. And then Veterans Day, it's always interesting to note what our neighbors are doing. Loudoun County and Fairfax County have it proposed as a full day, while Prince William has it as a student holiday, a student and staff holiday for that day. Next slide, please. So let's take a quick look at the draft option. Go ahead. All right, it's very small. I apologize for our viewers. It is posted on the Engage page, but this was what was available to the public during that 2-week period that the survey was available, and we got feedback. This is what we took on tour to various stakeholders to get ideas and thoughts around how do we take this starting place and make it the best calendar for Arlington Public Schools. Next slide. So there's key features within this. It does add 4 cultural and religious holidays, and those are Rosh Hashanah, Yom Kippur, Diwali, and Eid al-Fitr. This calendar proposed 2 full days for elementary parent-teacher conferences. We have seen class size increases at the elementary level, and oftentimes elementary teachers, especially at the upper grades, are working to meet with 23, 24, 25 families, and with every family getting a half-hour conference. And then for our families who might need interpreters, those conferences do require more time so that the families and the teacher can effectively share information. We want to make sure that there is enough time for those conferences. So that draft proposed 2 full days rather than the early release day and the full day of conferences. It had an earlier start date for students of August 23rd, which did align it with Fairfax County's draft. As I shared, this calendar proposes to rename Columbus Day as Indigenous Peoples Day. And the draft had 2 floating days for our T-scale employees, one for that compliance and safety training, and one for professional learning again. Next slide. This was shared pretty broadly with the community. I took it on tour to various groups. We did put it up on the Engage page. The survey was launched for 2 weeks. It was shared out in a school talk in Friday 5. It was promoted to our ambassadors with the PTAs. And then School and Community Relations also put together a robocall in Spanish, and communication was sent to bilingual family liaisons to share out with the community through various tools they're using, like WhatsApp or any other social media or texting or tools that families are using to communicate. The calendar committee reviewed that feedback and then offered some ideas to make use of that feedback and really incorporate it into the calendar design. Next slide. So let's take a look at that feedback. This chart breaks down who was providing the feedback. And bear in mind that individuals can select more than one relationship with APS. So someone could be a parent of a student and a staff member simultaneously. They could choose those 2 options. So we actually had fewer unique respondents, but you can see parents of current students made up almost 60% and staff just under 40%. And then we had about 2% from students. That was a decline from last year. And we had about 7% community members weighing in with their thoughts. Also about 3.5% parents and guardians of a student who's not yet enrolled in APS. So we're hearing from our future parents. Next slide, please. So it's a total of 4,741 unique respondents. It's a decline from last year. We had very high survey participation last year because it was our first year recommending a pre-Labor Day start, and that got a lot of input from the community. But it's still higher than what we've received in prior years. I think our previous surveys were coming in around 2,000 to maybe 2,500 respondents in general. So we asked the question first, tell us how you feel about this calendar. And about 38% supported the calendar, that initial draft we looked at, with no changes. That's a plurality of the respondents. However, just a slightly smaller number looked at that August 23rd start and said, I prefer a later start to the school year. And similarly, about 16% said that they prefer an earlier end to the school year, especially if we're going to start that early. So when we look at that, that's close to 51% that are saying there's a problem with the timing in this calendar. And then another 11% shared with us that they had some other suggestions that they wanted us to consider, and that they then provided an open-ended feedback. Go ahead to the next slide, please. So when respondents told us, I think the school year is starting too early, or told us I would like it to end earlier, we asked them, if you want to take 5 days, either have it start 5 days later or have it end 5 days earlier, what 5 days would you have students come to school? If we're going to make all things equal, if we take a day away here, we've got to put a day in somewhere. And this chart summarizes days that the community gave to us, or that the survey respondents, its staff and parents, gave to us as potential student attendance days. The most popular was to send students to school on October 11th. That was quickly followed by the Friday of Labor Day weekend. I will share that actually part of the law that allows us to open before Labor Day does require us to provide that as a holiday, that Friday before Labor Day, so to give that to families as a long weekend. So that one would not be an option. We did learn that after we created the survey, and that was a misreading of the law itself on my part. About 21% indicated that Veterans Day could be a student attendance day and a staff attendance day. I will share that the school division had looked at that a number of years back, and I do believe it was an attendance day we found in the 15-16 school year. There was an enormous amount of concern from the community and from staff around that as an attendance day, given Arlington's very close ties with the military, with the presence of the Pentagon and Fort Myer, with the number of military families or families with military connections in Arlington. But about 21% said that that could be an attendance day. And as you go down the list, you see there's some days that might eat into winter break or to potentially extend the school year further into June. Next slide, please. And then we did an analysis of the open-ended feedback, and we tried to categorize that feedback by topic. So one of the most responded to topics was starting 2 weeks prior to Labor Day. And if you remember, the original design and the original approved calendar from January of this year for the school year we're in now had us opening school for students the week before Labor Day. So that was 1 week. And then that was revised due to the COVID emergency. This calendar was proposing 2 weeks before Labor Day. And the open-ended feedback we got was that if we're going to start earlier, we really should end earlier. And that came from all segments of survey respondents. There was a great deal of concern around the summer school schedule from staff, concern about families who might be taking their own children to college and how that might impact their ability to, if their staff be there in pre-service, or if the whole family is traveling for an older sibling, having the younger siblings attend school. A staff concern was juxtaposition of this calendar implementation with the school moves. Right now, 3 schools are relocating as part of this, and there is some refresh and work being done in those buildings, as well as just the setup in those buildings. So a shorter summer here could make those moves challenging, and we want those schools to be ready to open on the first day of school. Some concerns about absenteeism or possible absenteeism prior to Labor Day. Parents used the open-ended feedback to express a concern for additional instruction due to the COVID emergency and its impact. Across the respondents, there was a recommended compromise date of August 30th as student opening date. Parents had real concerns around childcare needs and how they would be able to do that with some of those holidays in there in the shorter weeks. Staff and students both expressed concern around summer employment and how that might be impacted. Parents had questions about why we had a 5-day weekend at Labor Day. And then finally, there was an interest in ending school right after we complete all of that end of year testing, SOL exams, AP exams, IB exams. And once all that testing is done, that would be the time to go ahead and close. So that was related to starting 2 weeks early. Go ahead to the next slide. There were ideas provided to us to start later, but not change the end date. Across the respondents, reduce the number of snow days that are built into the calendar. There's an interest in limiting parent-teacher conferences to 1 day off and consider eliminating spring conferences. I think we'd have to do a lot of engagement around that. And I believe it's actually mentioned in some of our documents and possibly a policy that we have elementary spring conferences. So we need to look at that if we wanted to go down that road. There was a recommendation to eliminate days in winter break from staff, parents, and community to shorten the year. There was a concern to move grade prep days to existing holidays. That's not as much of an issue with first quarter and third quarter, but it is with second quarter because of that semester break and the impact on credit-bearing classes. So that's a recommendation that we have to be very cautious about. And then parents recommended potentially lengthening the school day, so add to those hours so we can make up time. Next slide, please. There was a lot of feedback related to the addition of holidays to the calendar, and it was on both sides. There was appreciation for having those holidays present in the calendar, and that contrasts with concern about adding holidays to the calendar and adding days off to the calendar. There were concerns about an increased number of shortened weeks, so weeks that might have a day off in the middle or have 3 days or 4 days. Concerns were raised around childcare on those days off if parents are reporting to work that day. It was noted that there are holidays for other cultural or religious groups that were not listed on the calendar. One concern that I was a little surprised to learn about, but that I was able to confirm, is that Eid al-Fitr in May does fall during the IB testing window as well as the AP testing window. It's my understanding APS has a little more flexibility around scheduling AP exams on specific days, whereas IB is fairly strict about it and says on this date you will give students this specific exam. And it's my understanding that the IB governing body does not recognize Eid and continues to test on that day. So there would be some logistical considerations as should we move forward and approve a calendar that has Eid al-Fitr as a student and staff holiday, and therefore our buildings are closed. We just have to work through logistical concerns so that students who are taking the IB exam who do need that, we just have to figure out how they can have access to that. There was an interest to align with federal holidays that working families may be following. There was a real split in the comments over Veterans Day, and that was shown by staff and parents. And then actually students raised in their comments concern for peers who are Mongolian and that there are holidays that may be important in their family that our calendar is not recognizing. Next slide, please. Some of the other feedback was the importance of coordinating with our surrounding jurisdictions. There's a desire to limit or eliminate midweek days off for continuity of instruction. There was a desire to consider continuing virtual and asynchronous days for learning. So if there are days that are not student attendance days, how can we leverage what we've learned in distance learning to have continuity for our students? There was a real split on that October Professional Learning Day. Both staff and parents asked us to consider providing a week off at Thanksgiving. And it was noted that the November schedule was problematic, that there's 1 week that is a full week of school in November. There was a request, or there was desire to have the calendar developed 2 years in advance for planning purposes. We are presenting this calendar about a month and a half in advance of when we normally do. And we would like to continue shifting it closer to the beginning of the school year. So then in September, October timeframe, we would be bringing this to the board and then having an approved calendar as early as we can so that families and staff can plan. There was a desire to continue models that have more frequent breaks. And finally, a recommendation that spring break is too late and that we consider disconnecting it from Easter and other jurisdictions. So you can see there's some conflicting recommendations within the open-ended feedback because there's also a desire to coordinate with our neighbors. Next slide, please. So that all led to a revised calendar option. And this calendar option, it is posted on board docs and we're getting it up on the Engage page. Go ahead to the next slide so I can describe the highlights. This calendar starts 1 week later than the original draft. So our 10-month employees would return on August 23rd and our K-12 students would return on August 30th. And our pre-K students on August 31st. It does restore parent-teacher conferences to the model we've had for the last several years, which is 1 full conference day and 1 early release day. And we're going to talk about that in just a second. This calendar does not reach 180 student attendance days. So it would use hours that we have of instruction that go over 990 to comply with Virginia Department of Ed instructional time requirements. And those requirements are very serious for funding and accreditation. This does provide a longer pre-service week, and I apologize that August 23rd date up above, we do have a version control issue. It's actually prior to August 23rd, so we'll have that corrected for December 3rd. I'm sorry, go back to the slide we were on. Thank you. So we do have a slightly longer pre-service in this, and it does provide us with additional floating days. So it goes back to 2 floating days for professional learning and 1 for compliance, which is the same that we had this year. But there's an additional floating day for parent-teacher conferences at elementary. So we would, instead of having 2 full days, we would provide a floating day. And that floating day would be considered as compensation for elementary teachers because in order to meet the expectation that they're meeting with every family in their class for a conference, they're going to be meeting with them before and after school and outside contract hours. So we would provide that floating day to meet their parent-teacher conference time and to acknowledge the additional time that they're putting in. That only affects elementary. So for secondary, we would be looking at that day as devoted to training, asynchronous training for staff related again to the DOJ settlement agreement, noting that that settlement agreement, I believe it's requiring 30 hours over the course of 3 years to meet the requirements. So I spoke with Sam Klein in the Office of English Learners and Bridget Loft, and they're on board with the idea of putting together that training. And that training is, of course, important for all teachers in Arlington as they're all working with English learners. Next slide, please. So this proposal, this revision, aligns with our neighbors as far as winter break and spring break. Our end dates remain aligned. Fairfax and Loudoun's proposed calendars also recognize the 4 holidays that we have added: Rosh Hashanah, Yom Kippur, Diwali, and Eid al-Fitr. And this calendar uses hours to make the required instructional time rather than days. Next slide, please. Here's the key breakdown of hours. So if we look back at option 1, which is where we started, remember that the state requires 990 hours. In that option, elementary school has 57 extra hours, or 9 extra instructional days. Though that accounts for inclement weather closings or any other emergencies that may require us to close school for that day. And you can see how the various levels differ. I have to go and look at the formula we use to calculate for HB Woodlawn and Shriver, because that doesn't seem right to me that they have so many more. If you look in option 2, you see that reducing those days and relying on hours, so going under the 180 student attendance days, eats into our cushion of snow days, what we call snow days, or inclement weather closing days. Takes us down to about 5.5 days at elementary and as many as 7 at middle school. So those hours that we use so that we don't have to add days at the end of the year, we lose some of those by moving and relying on hours rather than days. And it's just important to know that. My fear in leading the facilitation of the calendar development is that this might be the year that we have another 10-day snowstorm, and then we'll be there. Next slide, please. So that brings us to that as our recommended calendar. This calendar is respecting and incorporating the feedback that our community and staff have provided to us. They shared loud and clear that August 23rd is too early to start students back into school, and that August 30th could be a good compromise date, and that ending date of June 17th sounds about right. It's respectful of the issue of alignment of our calendars with our neighbors, which is a need for staff and it's a need for students as they participate in extracurriculars. And it's providing instructional time that meets our requirements. So that is the superintendent's recommendation, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Redding. I appreciate that. I'd like to first go to Ms. Talento. Ms. Talento, do you have any questions?
Thank you, Chair O'Grady. Thank you, Mr. Redding, for that very detailed presentation. I appreciated also reviewing it earlier today. I just wanted to confirm on the inauguration day, I was going to ask this question, but I think in your presentation you clarified it. So I just want to confirm that I heard that correctly. We had put inauguration day in our calendar originally as a school day to meet the 180-day requirement. But based on how we are meeting our legal requirement this year, we do not need to use that day as a school day, and we will still be able to meet the requirements by the Virginia Department of Education. Is that correct?
At this time, I have a meeting with Ms. Loft. We're monitoring the hours, and there's actually reporting that we're doing to VDOE related to instructional time, both synchronous and asynchronous instructional time. So that is ongoing monitoring by VDOE. It is likely that there's going to be a waiver as part of that process, and VDOE has been sending information in an ongoing way around instructional time waivers due to COVID. There was just an update actually last week in the VDOE superintendent's newsletters. So we are watching that very carefully, though, to make sure that we have adequate instructional hours for the state.
Okay, so if we choose to close on inauguration day, which for anyone who was watching our meetings last year, I know was something that myself and another colleague were saying we should consider. And I guess my point is do we have a plan if we still need instructional hours to meet that? And Dr. John, maybe this goes to you. What would happen since it is counted as one of our school days? And I know that there's waivers due to COVID, but I'm not sure the details of that. So would we have a plan, or do we have a
Well, again, Mr.
consideration?
Redding, if you, correct me if I'm wrong, but in terms of the hours is what we would apply then for
Okay.
this to meet that. Just
Okay.
like you saw in option 2 that we're proposing for next year, it is based on the additional hours to make that happen for those reduction of days.
Okay, so at this time, we still are recommending that knowing the fact that we don't have,
Yes.
okay, great. I just want to make sure that I understood that. And then I did want to make note of the snow days. How many snow days I'm trying to figure out what slide it is. How many snow days did we cut out for option 2, the one that is being recommended?
It ends up removing about 3 or 4 snow days depending on the level.
Okay. The only reason I say that is I have this theory that we get big snowstorms here about every 6 years, and we would be due for one in the 21-22.
Right.
So I just wanted to share that, again, I can look at supporting option 2. I appreciate the desire of parents and staff to want to start August 30th. I think I agree that the college travel for some of our families is always that last week in August, the last 2 weeks in August generally. So I appreciate what was done there. I just wanted to make sure that we were looking at it and explaining to our community that we are cutting back snow days if we move in that calendar, where the first calendar where we start on the 23rd, the things that we gain from that is we're able to keep all of our snow days, and we have 2-day conferences. With the option 2 calendar, which allows us to start on the 30th, we are losing a full day conference. It's a day and a half like we do now. That has been our tradition, but we're also cutting back snow days, and I was trying to find how many. And so if we then cut back snow days that usually happen in January and sometimes February, we would have to look at the days around spring break, Memorial Day, or extending the school year. Is that correct?
We would have to cut into
Yes.
and start making up those hours somewhere.
Okay.
With
All right, thank you. So those are just, I want to make sure that I understood the consequences of adopting this calendar. And I appreciate the information that you provided, and thank you, Chair Grady, for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you, Ms. Talento. I should have asked you, do you have a concern about the inauguration day going on the consent agenda at our next meeting?
Oh, I can support the inauguration day vote, assuming that we all agree in closing that day, going on our consent agenda.
Okay, thank you very much. I'd like to move to Mr. Goldstein. Mr. Goldstein, questions or comments?
I do not at this point. There was thank you, Dan, for the very thorough and detailed presentation, and thanks to the calendar committee for obviously the tremendous amount of hard work pulling this together. There's just a lot here that I need to process, so I don't really have questions at the moment. In anticipation of your next question, Monique, I don't have a problem having the inauguration day on the consent agenda.
Thank you for anticipating my question, Mr. Goldstein. I appreciate that. And if I don't hear any other concerns, I will assume that my colleagues are fine with that being on the consent agenda. Ms. Van Dorn.
I'm sorry. I thought I sent you a note. I have no questions.
I do apologize. I'm sorry that I missed that note. I did note that Dr. Cannon does not have any questions. I just wanted to then move to myself and say that I do appreciate the cultural sensitivity of adding additional holidays onto the calendar. I appreciate the proposal that includes a date that's a little later than the 23rd. I think that our community is just getting used to the idea of having school before Labor Day, and so I think that that's a good compromise. The last thing I would say actually is that I am, the one thing I'm a little bit concerned about, Mr. Redding, is the idea that we won't have 2 days for conferences. I know that we had this discussion last time, and I appreciated it being in the original proposal. I do note that some of our elementary schools really value the ability to be able to have 2 days of conferences, especially our immersion schools who have students who learn in both English and Spanish, and they like to be able to hear from both teachers, a teacher in each model, to be able to better direct their students. So if we are not going to go in that fashion, then I would hope that we could work with our immersion schools to try to figure out a way to address that.
Ms. O'Grady? Oh.
Yes, I do see
O'Grady?
that you have a question now or a comment, Dr. Cannon. Go ahead.
Thank you. And due to the late hour, I was going to try not to ask a question, but I wanted to follow up on your conversation with Ms. Talento about snow days. So one of the things that it seems like should be a big benefit from all the efforts we've done this year to make sure that every one of our students is well connected is that we really should be able to have virtual school on days that it might snow. So has that entered our thinking that in fact that's one, I mean, I know the kids don't want to hear it, but you know, do we need to build snow days in anymore, given that we've really put a tremendous amount of effort into ensuring that students can learn from home?
We have to look at that, Dr. Cannonen, because we haven't gotten complete guidance and approval from VDOE on that, number one. But number two, there are some snow days that could cause power outages and things of that nature to occur. And so if students were needing to access schooling that day, we could have potentially, depending on the size of the snowstorm or the brevity of it, that could be an issue as well. But certainly we can look at that long term, but there just are a little bit of nuances and concerns with that from my perspective.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we will potentially see the question about the inauguration day being a day off on our consent agenda on December the 3rd, and then the 2022 school calendar item will come back for action at our board meeting on December 3rd. I appreciate all the hard work. Thank you, Mr. Redding, and thank you, Dr. Duran. Now we'd like to move to our information item number 3 of 4, which is to hear the school board proposed 2021 legislative package. Dr. Cannon is our legislative liaison, and I invite our vice chair to introduce the item. Dr. Cannon.
Sure. Thank you, Ms. O'Grady. I would like to introduce Lola Wise. She is our representative in Richmond, although I think the session might be virtual this year, but she's our representative for the legislative session. And it's been a pleasure to work with her and with Dr. Duran on our proposed draft legislative package, and bring Lola forward to share it with you. Ms. Wise.
I haven't quite figured, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. She was having some technical difficulties earlier, so we'll see if we can bring her. And Ms. Wise, the PowerPoint is up.
Okay, very good. Glad to be here with you again this year. It is going to be a very, very interesting year. The General Assembly made an announcement yesterday that it is going to be virtual, which means that we've got to think of some different ways of lobbying and getting in touch with our legislators. The other thing, they're still arguing about how long the session's going to be. And this came as news to me. I did not know that it was anything but a 45 or 46 day this short session. But I guess the Constitution says it's only 30 days, and that the whole General Assembly has to agree that they can have a 45-day session. So that is still up in the air as far as knowing what the session is going to look like. Our legislative package looks very different this year. because some of the areas that were really important to us have finally passed General Assembly. And you were just talking about the school calendar and the fact that we now can open school before Labor Day. The other big one that we've been wanting for many years is to have in-state tuition for our students who are not documented. And so thanks to Delegate Alfonso Lopez, we now have that for our DACA students. So let me go through what we've got for General Assembly this year. Obviously, most of what we have in the legislative package revolves around funding. And even though when the special session came and a lot of restoration was made to things that they were going to lose because of the pandemic, there are some good things here in our package. First, as I'm sure that you all know, is that sales tax revenue goes to school divisions, part of it. And now there's not as much sales tax revenue because of the pandemic, and people are not spending the kind of money they have in the past. So our package asks that we be held harmless as far as our sales tax revenue. And the General Assembly has already decided in a short way that they might do that. The other part is ADM. And I was listening to a presentation today in the House Appropriations Committee, and it was showing how the ADM across all of Virginia is gone down. Again, asking for a held harmless here, and the Department of Education and the General Assembly have already indicated that they believe that they will not use some of the ADM numbers for after the pandemic started, but will use the ones before. Next thing is the at-risk add-on. And, that's been a very important thing for Arlington, and asking that we continue with the at-risk add-on. One of the things that happened during the special session is it was recommended that money be restored for guidance counselors, and we ask that they look at doing it so that they go to the ratio of 250 to 1. Then we'd like to see the implementation of the funding for ELL students. And it's just been done on a number of students in the past. And now our position is that it should be done based on the proficiency level of the students. It makes a lot of sense that it takes more staff if you've got kids who come here with no English language expertise, and as opposed to students who have been with us for 4 or 5 years. And this is something in our package that came about as part of initiative by some of our parents working with Delegate Hope about the issue of dyslexia students and what kind of screening was being done for them. And while Delegate Hope did have a bill in looking at doing some different things, it was not passed by the General Assembly. However, the Department of Education, realizing that this is a big issue, and has worked with Delegate Hope, and so looking at putting funding in for RAN and RAS tests, and being able for dyslexia advisors to have some of these, and also to look at PALS, which has been the screening test that's been used for years, and looking at developing PALS too. Next screen, please. As you probably all remember, in 2009, when we were into a recession, the funding formula for schools was changed dramatically, and they no longer funded support staff as they should have. for years, we have been asking and asking to go back to using what we're actually paying for support staff. The other part is that they considered support staff to be people who were so important to us now when we're looking at students who have issues. And they were guidance counselors, they were school psychologists, school social workers. The next to last thing is one you've seen, I think, every year since I've been here, is that to continue the cost of competing for school divisions in Northern Virginia. It's very interesting because every year you get new school divisions who want to have cost of keep competing. And this last year, it was one of the school divisions over on the Eastern Shore who wanted cost of competing because they said that they were having to compete with teacher salaries from teachers coming from Maryland. So thought that was pretty interesting. And the last thing that we have is we've been looking at what can we do legislatively to allow school divisions and localities to provide their own systems of broadband or access. Delegate Rip Sullivan has been very interested in these kinds of issues, and he has already told us that he would be glad to have this as one of they're only going to be allowed 10 bills this year, one of his 10 bills. I've also been working with the VACO, and this is a big initiative for them. So that's it for this year. A lot of different things, a lot of different ways that we're going to have to do to lobby and to let our legislators know our needs. We are very, very fortunate, and we have all of our legislators who are most interested in education and do anything that they can to help us. I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Wise. With that, I will go to Mr. Goldstein. Mr. Goldstein, do you have any questions?
No, not at this time. Thank you, Lilith. Thank you very much for the detailed presentation. I appreciate it. I don't have any questions at this time. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Goldstein. Ms. Van Dorn.
Thank you very much, Ms. O'Grady. I love the simplicity of this package because a lot of it is going to come down to funding. I just want to highlight the inclusion of the piece about the RAN-RAS screener. I want to thank Dr. Cannonen and Lila Wise and Dr. Duran for agreeing to include this in here. APS is a leader in using RAN-RAS as a screener. PALS is an ineffective screener and has been found to be such. And UVA has a lot of work to do to improve that tool. And until that's done, we have to do something. We have to do something to identify our children as soon as possible who are at risk of not learning to read. So I'm really, really pleased that we're going to support that. And not only for us, because we're already doing it, but the other school systems throughout the state that need that tool as the RAN-RAS screener. So I'm really supportive of that, and I was able to share it in the dyslexia community, and I know that we're already getting letters from families who are just thrilled that we support this. I will ask that when we write when I will be talking to Delegate Hope, I understand that the VA Department of Education is talking about having RAN-RAS be available, but won't be distributing it. So I hope that we also include funding so that it actually gets distributed to the areas in Virginia that choose to begin to use it. But it's a tool that will complement the other assessments that are being done. I think PALS has a place, but this early screener is critical. So thank you so much for taking this on, and I hope it works. And I hope there was a great summit that the state of Virginia did last year on literacy, and they do recognize they need to round out their package with structured literacy, and this is another step in that direction. And it all needs funding, and there's a lot more funding that's needed, but this is certainly a start. So thank you, Dr. Cannonen and Lil Wise and Dr. Duran for including this in the package. You have a lot of very appreciative parents for at least this baby step forward. Thank you.
Well, another really good thing that happened came as part of this is now UVA is talking with the Department of Education. They're looking at a PALS .2, and the whole situation that we have been dealing with over a number of years about resistance to RAN and RAS is no longer the case.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Van Dorn. Ms. Talento?
Thank you, Chair O'Grady. I just want to thank you, Ms. Weiss, for the work that you do for us and for putting this package together. As you noted, there were a lot of things that got passed that we've had here in the past, and now it's wonderful news. I mean, it was so great to read this package and not see the in-state tuition piece in here. So I just wanted to thank you for your work, and I appreciate what is in here now. And so I don't have any questions. These are things that I've seen in the past, like the English learner piece that's in here again. I know that's something that we started putting in recently, as there's been discussion about it in the General Assembly the last couple of years, and of course the support staff piece. I appreciate the work that you're doing, and I don't have any questions. And thank you for being with us this evening.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Dr. Cannonen.
Yes, and I just want to say a quick thanks again to Lila for putting this together. As board members pointed out, this is a focused package, partly, and as Lila pointed out, partly because we did pass some of the things we were working on in the last few years, but also, and this is a pretty short session, as Lila pointed out, funding is our greatest need, and it is our focus. It's going to be our focus for Lola when she goes to Richmond. And I will say the VSBA is also very focused on funding. So, thank you, Lola, for your work. And board colleagues, I think this is probably going to action in 2 weeks. And if you have any revisions or questions or comments, of course, please let me know. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Cannon. And I also want to share my support of this important proposed legislative package. We are in need of continued financial support, and this recognizes that need. It also continues to recognize the need for social emotional support for our students, as well as the ability for us to continue to address students in need, whether they are English language learners or if they have dyslexia. I think this is a great package. I am very excited to see it, and I hope we can be successful advocating for the needs of our diverse student population and to handle some of our financial challenges. So with that, I want to thank Ms. Wise for all of her work and thank Dr. Cannonen for helping to move this forward. And I look forward to seeing how this plays in the General Assembly. And this item will come back for action at our board meeting on December the 3rd. And our final agenda item tonight is the Long Branch Playground License Agreement. Dr. Duran.
Thank you, Chair O'Grady. And I would like to ask Director of Facilities and Operations, Ms. Kathy Lynn, to present this last information item this evening, almost morning. Ms. Lynn.
Thank you, Dr. Duran. Good evening, Chair O'Grady, members of the school board. I'd like to present to you the Long Branch Playground Easement License Agreement this evening. Next slide, please. The original license agreement was going to go in front of the school board in the summertime. It was pulled because of two concerns, and staff went back to revise the language regarding tree replacement, as well as to make sure that it aligned with consistent agreements that we've had in the past against 1 year against damage. We also revised the agreement to extend the appropriation of funds so that we would have enough and sufficient time to install the playground equipment. Next slide, please. So the revised agreement in front of you is a proposed agreement that allows APS to install playground equipment behind Long Branch Elementary School on a parcel that belongs to Arlington County government. The term for this agreement will be 25 years with the option of 2 additional renewal terms of 5 years each. This revised agreement was signed by the county board in September 12th of this year, and this agreement was reviewed and approved by legal counsel. Next slide, please. This is the exhibit that shows the area where we will be installing new playground equipment behind Long Branch Elementary School. Next slide, please. We are recommending that the school board, that we authorize the school board chair to sign the Long Branch Playground License Agreement. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lynn. Appreciate that. Cheryl Grady, that concludes this last item.
Appreciate that, Dr. Duran. Let me find out if any of my colleagues have any questions regarding this. Let's start off with Mr. Goldstein. Mr. Goldstein?
No questions. Thank you. Thank you, Kathy, for the presentation.
Ms. Van Dorn?
I have no questions. Thank you very much, Ms. Lynn.
Ms. Talento?
I just want to thank you and your staff for addressing the concerns. I have no questions. I read the agreement. I think it's great. So thank you for all the work on this. I appreciate it.
Okay, and
Good to see you.
And I do not see that Dr. Cannon and our vice chair has any comments or questions, and neither do I. We do appreciate you sharing this information with us, Ms. Lynn, and we are looking forward to this coming back for action at our board meeting again on December the 3rd. Appreciate the presentation. Board members, is there any new business? Seeing none, this meeting is adjourned.